Amigas, amigos, vamos a dar inicio en unos breves instantes con el comienzo del streaming también, así que por favor les pido que tomen asiento. Muchas gracias. Señoras y señores, muy buenos días. Es un placer darles la bienvenida al Simposio de Ciberseguridad de la OEA más RESET, bajo la consigna Resiliencia Inteligente, construyendo un ecosistema cibernético que evoluciona y se adapta. Organizado por OEA y Agesic, es un espacio de encuentro dirigido a profesionales de la seguridad, referentes políticos, especialistas en incidentes cibernéticos, con el objetivo de capacitar, facilitar intercambio de las mejores prácticas y crear conciencia sobre la ciberseguridad en la región. El evento se realizará en 2 jornadas y contaremos con la participación de especialistas nacionales e internacionales, donde conversaremos sobre cómo proteger las infraestructuras que conectan al mundo, cómo construir entornos digitales seguros desde las políticas públicas, cómo fortalecer la ciberseguridad financiera, cómo promover la cooperación regional frente a las amenazas y avanzar en acuerdos globales contra el cibercrimen. Agradecemos la presencia de autoridades nacionales e internacionales y al
Muy buenos días.
Hello, everybody. Please have a good day. We would like to welcome here and Claudio Barrientos, authorities from OAS, rest of the authorities.
Señoras y señoras, para mí de verdad es un gran honor darles la bienvenida a la 11ª edición del Simposio de Ciberseguridad de la Organización de los Estados Americanos. En nombre de la OEA y del Comité Interamericano contra el Terrorismo, CICTE, deseo
An appreciation to the Agesic and the Uruguayan government for their true welcome and their leadership, firm leadership in the advance of cybersecurity topics for the whole hemisphere. Montevideo is today a symbol of innovation, openness, and trust. These are values that inspire the work that we do together to build a more resilient region. Last year, we celebrated 20 years of the International Strategic Alliance. This was an opportunity which enabled us to reflect on 2 decades of progress and the cooperation of OES and all the state members. That milestone reaffirmed the extraordinary vision which today is the CICTE Cybersecurity Program, has strengthened the capacities of the countries in the region, establishing a base for governance and democratic governance. As a result, Latin America and the Caribbean are better positioned today in order to compete in a global digital economy and to make progress towards an inclusive and safe inclusion of the public services. Over a decade, this Symposium for Cybersecurity of OAS has been the main space at the hemisphere level where the community gets together in order to share experiences, lessons learned, and to strengthen the collective action. The topic that gathers us today As our ceremony master mentioned, this is intelligent cybersecurity in order to build and adapt. It also reflects the complexity of the current challenges and the creativity with which our region continues to face them. Over the next 2 days, we're going to explore how to protect the infrastructure, which protects our public policies and the development of our economies, and to anticipate the transformation that the AI and the quantum computing will bring and are already bringing to our societies. The program ahead of us is very rich, diverse, and dynamic. We will be talking about critical infrastructure protection, invisible and digital lines which connect our world. We will analyze the changes affecting the financial sector, and we will debate on how to strengthen and generate more confidence in the management of incidents. We will also look at the different technologies in the world with Manchester conferences on resilience and debates on AI, quantum computing, and cyber defense, also including the interaction of AI and the international law for these armed conflicts. As part of the symposium, and in the same way that we have been doing this over the last 2 years, we will also have RISET, which is the regional initiative that is going to be proposing very interesting topics about how to improve our labor force and training for these topics. The idea is to capture how deep this is in the cybersecurity of the region. Before this symposium, yesterday we organized a roundtable with senior authorities on cybersecurity, which gather senior representatives of the whole hemisphere in order to reflect on the national progress, identify common challenges, and to build a shared vision in order to strengthen the regional resilience facing this constant evolution of these topics. This was very important this year because we were facing a lot of threats, transnational threats like traffic and different conflicts that require the cooperation among countries and among states, and also to develop and to strengthen our capabilities. Of course, this panorama is moving faster than our public policies, so we need to coordinate this in the best possible way. No actor is able to face these challenges on its own. Only through cooperation, alliances, and mutual trust, we will be able to safeguard the base for these digital societies. Our mission is clear: to protect not only our systems, but also the people, the rights, and the values of democracy that depends on them. Ladies and gentlemen, the region has demonstrated that cybersecurity can be a bridge connecting governments, companies, and citizens throughout this shared goal. To our donors and sponsors, the governments of Canada and the United States, we would like to thank you very much for the constant support that you have provided, which has enabled the organization of this regional symposium over the last 11 years. And I would also like to express my true appreciation to Agesic and the Uruguayan government for the cooperation in order to have this conference that is gathering over 300 participants in this room and many more in the rest of the world. To all the participants, thank you for your interest, your commitment, and your enthusiasm in order to continue to build together and to learn. And I would also like to thank the whole team for the Cybersecurity Section. These are very talented professionals, so thank you so much for your constant work and for always being in the first line of work with a lot of skills. This 11th edition of the Cybersecurity Symposium of OAS is going to be then a possibility for us to share ideas, to forge new alliances, and to reaffirm our collective decision in order to make this hemisphere a reference for resilience and innovation. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias, señor Moncayo. Ahora le damos la palabra.
Thank you so much. We would like to give now the word to Daniel Ordeki, the director of Agesic. Good morning, everybody. Please be welcome. Welcome to the Uruguayan participants that are coming from different regions of the country, and also welcome to the visitors that come from abroad. I hope that after cybersecurity topics, you also have the chance to enjoy the city, to go around, to visit the promenade, which is called Rambla, and to get to know about the city. I would like to especially thank OAS and the RISET team for their trust in order to choose Montevideo and to trust on Agesic, the organization of this event, and for all their support and for how easy it is to work together with them. And I would also like to thank the Agesic team, which made this possible, and they have been working towards this end for many, many months. As you can see, there are some nervous faces going around the room, but they are the ones making this possible today. Over the last 20 years, now I'm going to talk about Agesic, which was launched 20 years ago. Our task was the digital transformation. The idea behind this digital transformation is that the no digital world has to be digitalized, and this comes with benefits. This is very obvious. And what we were able to achieve, I think that we were able to achieve that. It was a success. If you see all the mobiles in the room, all the interoperability, all the flow of digital data that we have in this room, in the streets, and anywhere, you can see, okay, we won. The world is digital. But for the world to be digital, it meant something that was obvious. But maybe at the beginning we did not foresee that, which was digital crime. Criminals are very fast. They don't have standards, they don't have rules or law, they don't respect protocols, they don't follow any standard. And very quickly, they go from one world to another world. So to have this quantified in Uruguay, the issues that we have increased 2,000%. 2,000% was the amount of rip-offs and the scams. So scams increased 2,000%. Now we have thousands of them. And the reason is because robbery or these kinds of crimes has migrated into digital crime, because this is more safe and you are operating in a controlled environment. You don't have to physically attack anyone, right? So someday they found their niche. So digital is now something that is less risky for them. And we could continue to share this digital transformation of crime from small crime to big criminal organizations which are transnational. This means, from the public policies, the creation of policies that are specific and political actions that are specific to be applicable in the nation in order to prevent, to mitigate risks, and to then prosecute. Since digital crime, as anything that is digital, is transnational, the word frontiers is not something that is in our digital dictionary, then this crime is also transnational, and combating this and fighting this is also transnational. We need to protect this in order to avoid violations, extortions, and other kinds of crimes. This is also something that requires this fighting has to be transnational, global, for all the states to interact, to get together, and to share. So they need to coordinate and act in a coordinated way. And 20 years ago, 21 to be precise, that OAS has started to develop this leadership role in Latin America for this to happen. This is another instance, and I hope it's going to be very fruitful and very successful. We will have, for sure, more instances in the future. So please make sure you make the most of this and work in two areas. The first one has to do with absorbing and make the most of everything that the experts will be sharing with you in the different panels. And the second is in the interaction that you may have with the peers next to you.
So don't be as shy as usual and share, because we need to consolidate the community. I will finish by thanking Guillermo enormously and his team and OAS for the opportunity, and wishing everybody a great, great symposium. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias,
Thank you very much, Mr. Mordecki. We also want to thank the organizations that support and collaborate with the symposium: Florida International University, National Institute of Standards and Technology, Government of Canada, Department of the United States, the Department of State of the United States, Antel, UTEC, BPS, UTE, DataSec, Fortinec, Foundation Ricaldoni, Gravamaga, NetFence, Qt, Savi, Tilsor, Urudata, and Uruguay 21. We will now continue with the presentations, in this case, from space to cyberspace, protecting the critical systems and improving resilience in cyber resilience. We will now have Renee Wynn, ex-director of information, chief information officer of NASA, with more than 30 years of experience in environmental policies, technology of information, cybersecurity, and risk management in the chain of supply. Thank you. It's a pleasure to have you here. A round of applause for her.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Now English. Cerveza, por favor. Probably not a good idea. Good morning. How many people have taken an airplane this last week? Hands? Great. Train? Uber? Taxi? Boat? I think some people took a boat, right? You're connected to space. Did you know almost every single day your lives intersect with space? So I'm here to talk to you about the invisible critical infrastructure. Telescope makes it visible. Great. So we're going to go also a little bit about how to attack space. Then we'll talk about the importance and the emerging threat, the very large threat of space debris. And then finally, some of my favorite stories from being at NASA. And trust me, they have something to do with cybersecurity and space debris too. Great. So as we talked about already, I mentioned to you about logistics and transportation and how that connects to space. How many of you checked the weather this morning or before coming here? This should be everybody. Todos. Yeah, right? What am I going to wear? Right? Military. How am I going to launch an attack? Or how do I prepare to defend myself? I need to know the weather. Weather models use space data to get better at predicting major weather events, hurricanes, typhoons. We already talked about how to get around using positioning systems. I know each country is a little bit different, but we all rely on these. We are going to uncrewed ships and vehicles. They will really rely on these positioning systems in order to move their cargo from point to point. So let's say we have an event and we want to report on it. We want to communicate across the globe. We're going to use communication satellites to get there. And then finally, gracias. It's okay. Gracias. Yeah, now it's safe. Thank you. And TV. When we want to watch our football or American soccer, we are going to be stay tuned for the World Cup through our television and other communication satellites. So that's a little bit about why space is important to you. Space is very, very susceptible to a cybersecurity attack. So the first piece of it is just the how do we communicate with the satellite? An uplink and a downlink. If it is not encrypted, that information can be gathered in transit. Whoop, went too far, sorry. Then we have our operators in our mission control centers. They can come in and decide to do something really bad, and they add a virus to the system. For science missions, it's an apartment building. There's this mission and this mission. If you live in an apartment and somebody cooks onions, you're gonna smell it. Everyone's gonna smell it. If you live in a house and you cook onions, no, just the house, right? That's why these mission control centers, an apartment, anything you do can affect your neighbor. So if they come in to do something bad, you've been hit. The human mission control centers are not apartment buildings, they are a house. They are a fortified house. I know that because I work there. The other thing is transmission of space data. There are several stations around the globe where data comes down from space and traverses the globe. In the coming down from space and traversing the globe, that data can be intercepted, it can be changed, it can be taken, or it can be watched. So these are the threat points simplified for a satellite. Now, use a search engine. You can do this right now. Videos on how to attack a satellite, and they're accurate. This is hard to defend because we also share data. We want to give it to you. The weather in Africa matters to the east coast of the United States. The weather north of you, what's going on in Canada, matters to the United States. So why do I care about weather data? Because if I want to get my people prepared or my business prepared, I need that information in order to do that. But you know what? There's another threat in space that people don't talk about very often. So let me set the stage. Right now, probably about 24, 25,000, maybe even more satellites rotating the Earth. About 10 years ago, more of those satellites came from companies, not governments. The United States government only has about 500 to 600 satellites here in space, multiple orbits, and so then on the private sector, it's about 90% of that 25,000, and that in the United States government's only about 500. Our businesses are probably about, about 8,000 to 10,000. The rest of it is other countries and other businesses from other countries. So that gives you a sense of what's in space, and now there's about 30,000 pieces of space debris the size of a fist or a softball, an American thing, right? Why does space debris matter? A pebble, a size of a small stone, hit the International Space Station. Actually gets hit quite a bit, but it hit the arm. So have you watched the International Space Station when they go out to do a spacewalk? An extravehicular activity, but we'll call it a spacewalk. And that is they had to go inspect the arm because even a hole this big would make that arm unsafe. So when space debris goes around, it will hurt or take out your satellites. And sometimes that's intentional. And that makes it very scary in space. And our laws, our treaties, don't quite need to be modified in order to take into consideration more countries are launching satellites, more companies are launching satellites, and that debris will hurt what you're doing. And again, sometimes, like cybersecurity, it's intentional. I told you about International Space Station. Well, in 2021, Russia destroyed its own satellite. Now, that's okay generally. I want to destroy my satellite. So I call and I say, I'm taking out my satellite. Just need you to know this. Russia didn't do that. And the space debris, the scatter of the space debris, came very close to the International Space Station. The astronauts and cosmonauts were awakened in the middle of their night. Kind of always night in space, so they have their own clock. They were awakened. Fortunately, no space debris hit them. But had it, we would have had to have left the International Space Station. And it has to be crewed at all times for it to be used. Had they left, we would have lost science in space. They have laboratories up there doing all sorts of experiments. When you study liquids, water, agua, right? In space, it's a thing. It doesn't just make a puddle. And so you can really understand it. Medicines, our liquid detergents, all rely on studying liquids in space in order to get better or get more eco-friendly or greener. So that's why space science matters. And if we lose this asset, the world will feel it. One of my favorite things is to remind people that if you want to work in space, you don't need to be well, I want you to be an expert in cybersecurity, because this is what I used to do. But this is the James Webb Space Telescope. It was launched on Christmas Day in 2020. And it included all sorts of amazing capabilities. Like this is taking better photographs than we've ever seen in our universe. But I love to show this because the sun shields, there are 5 of them, I believe, right? The size of an American football field. How do you deploy something that big to get into space? Origami. Arts and design matter for space exploration. Arts and design matter for cybersecurity. Think differently, help solve big problems. Mars. Mars has had AI since 2003. We finally got it. Actually, we've all had it for a very long time. We've had it since the 50s here on the globe. Just now everybody has to have it. But what I love about this is in 2020, we United States government, in partnership with many other countries, launched another rover to Mars. And launched in February of 2020, arrived in July of 2020. This is the first time a helicopter has been on another planet. It was only supposed to run about, they didn't think they would do more than about 10 missions. Ingenuity flew 72 missions before it crashed into the rover and broke its rotor. Do you know what? They're still trying to fix that rover. They're still trying to fix the rotor on the helicopter to get Ingenuity to fly again. While space is complicated, space is still connected, even on other planets, back to this planet. Which is like, I like to remind you, you are really connected to space sometimes, especially if you watch and follow these activities on Mars. People ask me a lot, humans on Mars. You can't get there without dying, so it's going to take some more science and ingenuity and technology before we can get there and inhabit that planet, no matter what anybody says. This, and I will close with my absolute favorite story, because for governments that are here right now, mining in space has just been proven. This is OSIRIS-REx. Satellite went up with a robot. The satellite and the asteroid are traveling at about 17,000 miles per hour. That satellite released a robot. That robot, both things traveling, landed on that asteroid. That asteroid, then that robot picked up a sample of that asteroid. Now, the United States government was not the first. Japan has already done this, and their sample has already been returned to Earth, and they shared a sample with the United States government, which is housed in the Moon Rock Library. Yes, there really is a Moon Rock Library in the United States. It is at the Houston at Johnson Space Center there. I've been in it. They have a moon trash can, just to make sure that the moon trash doesn't go in the wrong trash, or maybe it gets recycled. I'm not really sure. So, Japan brings down a sample of an asteroid. What's important about this is that asteroid never burnt up through the atmosphere on Earth. So we get to see it in a way we've not seen asteroids before. The United States, with OSIRIS-REx, landed on Bennu, took a sample, and that sample is also back here on this Earth. They're doing comparison of these samples. You can see some of these samples in some of the academic institutions across the globe, and we are learning something about that. But when I say this, this is a proof of concept. We humans can mine in space. It's still very expensive. So why does this matter to cybersecurity? If I can land on an asteroid and take a sample, I can go up to a satellite with my other satellite and mess with it. I can touch it, shake it, do other things to it. I can push it off course. And I can do this by touching it, but I can do this by the commands back and forth from space to Earth. And this is why I like to tell the story, is because one, space is very, very cool. Anybody can do space projects because it's now cheaper to get things into space. We're seeing more and more countries launch satellites. And the other thing is, our future about having safe and secure space is codependent upon all of us. And remember, we are connected to space every single day. Thank you.
Muchas gracias por su exposición.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We would like to remind you that we have simultaneous interpretation headsets that you can request at the entrance. And also remember that this event is being broadcasted through our YouTube channel, and you can access this through social media using hashtag OAS 2025 Symposium. We would like to continue this presentation. We would like to thank our next presentation is going to be moderating the panel for lines of invisible lines, ensuring the infrastructure that connects the world.
Good morning. I do have a prop. The title of my panel is The Invisible Lifelines, Securing Infrastructure That Connects the World. I am very acutely aware that this is the lifeline of Uruguay. I will say to my Uruguayan colleagues, my mate cup is still empty. With that said, I would like to invite my panelists to join me. I have with me Ms. Dorte Bosse, Head of Corporation of the European Commission here in Uruguay, Mateo Martinez, CEO for Krasmaga Hacking, Vincent Alvarez, Director of Local Operations, Argentina, Chile, and Bolivia for Telias, and Andres Vigoli, Project Manager for ITU. Testing. Good morning again, everyone. Today's panel will bring into focus the critical and often overlooked infrastructures that silently power our interconnected world. The presentation by Renee is to begin this conversation by thinking about the lifelines that actually connect us. Often overlooked are infrastructures that actually silently power our world: submarine cables, telecom backgrounds, and the energy systems. These are the arteries of our global economy, and without them, it would just allow us not to be as resilient, our sovereignty would be impacted, and our security. Despite their importance, these systems have remained largely vulnerable and unprotected. They are subjected to cyber threats, geopolitics, tensions, regulatory gaps, and a general lack of just public awareness and political awareness. We are fortunate today to be joined by some of a really, really good group of international governance and infrastructure operator perspective. To kick off the panel, I actually want to open a question to all of them to give their views. How do you actually assess the current level of visibility and protection given to critical infrastructures such as undersea cables, telecoms background, and energy systems? And just generally, what do you think are just the biggest blind spots? I don't know if you want to kick us off.
Thank you very much for the invitation. It's a very tough questions. Perhaps we have 2 hours. Actually, overall thinking, I think we are in a very low protection level, actually, in the whole Latin America. I don't want to talk about bad things of other countries. I will only talk about Uruguay, my home country, so I can receive critics. What we have done here in Uruguay is very significant. If perhaps 10 years, 15 years ago, there was a lot of incidents with fishermen here who recklessly fish in the cable zones for what we call merluza negra. It's a very expensive fish that is sold in the best New York and Madrid restaurants. So every cable maintenance repair went up to $2 million, and it went to 2 weeks window repair. So the Uruguayan Navy was very keen on that, and they increased the penalties against these reckless fishermen, and things work. The accidents stopped. The Colombian Navy did the same, and they work. But other countries have not done the same. So what's the lesson learned there? Well, everything will depend on what's the current statistics related to cable incidents in those countries. If in your home countries there have been no incidents with the fishing industry, well, there is no point in doing so. For example, in Argentina, they modified the penalties to only $2,000. And that's enough because they never had an incident related to this thing. But in other countries, they have serious problems with that. They are struggling to do something, but they don't have probably the guidance to do that. So thinking about your question, I think there are a lot of things to do, always based on the statistics. I think that each country should develop this, their own databases, their own statistics, or what should they develop.
Thank you for this opportunity. Well, in my case, as responsible for operating subsea cables, something that actually protects us is the fact that the cable is actually undersea and it is not seen, and the amount of actors that could eventually impact our networks is much less than the actors that we have when we are dealing with terrestrial fiber networks. In addition to that, something that has worked very well with our network is that year by year we are progressing in providing more resiliency to the network, adding more diverse routes and more cables to the network. And that allows us to rest in a much calmer state because we know that our network is much more resilient than it was on the initial years.
Mateo, from the energy perspective?
Yeah, you know, we have around more than 500 submarine cables in the world, okay, and around 200 incidents per year. So we need to improve on our monitoring, okay, and also on the physical protection that we do for those cables, and mostly for the entrance at the countries. You know, for example, here in Uruguay we have the entrance, one of the 4 entrances in Punta del Este, okay, in the middle of the beach, 2 meters from the floor. So it's quite simple to someone to attack it, okay, or to block or to interfere with what is happening out there. So we need to improve on the monitoring, okay, mostly when you go to the coast, and we need to do more drills, okay, or tabletop exercises in order to work on our resilience, okay, and our capabilities to continue operating, okay, to the internet, okay, with this kind of threats that we have every day with this kind of submarine cables.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation, first of all. I will talk a bit from the perspective of regulation, public sector. So I'm here for the European Union. We became a bit famous for cyber attacks, right? And just before the event here, I was looking into our report. We do have an agency for cybersecurity specifically. We had it for the last 20 years, right? Director Mordecki was saying as well, it's a problem which is quite recent. Of course, I mean, it has always been there since the 70s, since we have computers, but it really took up on speed, and I would fully agree on this, relatively recent, over the last 20 years. That's why we do have the agency. In the European Union, we do have roughly, in a reporting period of 12 months, 5,000 cyber attacks. So we do have blind spots. And surprisingly, I found this very interesting, most are public administration. Only afterwards you do have attacks, of course, on digital, on transport, on digital infrastructure, and then on the banking sector. But the first is public administration. This is surprising to me. So we do have a lot of work ahead. I will not, because I think it's the next point, what are all the measures we are taking at the level of the European Union and looking towards Latin America. I'm located here in Uruguay as well. We do have what we call the European Union, Latin American, Caribbean Digital Alliance. We do support the countries, the partners in the region, with several activities to strengthen, to address the blind spots as we do in Europe. Thank you.
And I think just to continue on that line, from your experience, I think this question is for Dorothy and for Andres, from your experience from EU and ITU, working in Latin America, how are you actually supporting us in this region to ensure that our transnational digital infrastructure is actually secure? And particularly as it relates to like cross-border data flows or undersea cables and cloud services, like what measures have you been implementing with us to support us?
I have to go first? Okay. I will become a bit bureaucratic now, so that's why I have the papers here, you know, because I'm a general practitioner. I'm not expert in cybersecurity. I will not hide this. What we do have in the European Union, and this is why we try to work with, we do work with Latin America and the Caribbean on this. We have various regulations. We have 3 of them, yeah? So we have the Cybersecurity Act, as I said before. We have this adopted since 2019, for I understand, giving as well this agency I mentioned, ENISA on cybersecurity, a permanent mandate. This exists since 2019. So we have 3 main directives. First, the directive on resilience of critical entities. Sorry for, I don't want to bore you. This addresses, this just kind of forces the member states of the European Union to adopt national legislation and identify critical entities, yeah, in the fields of energy, digital infrastructure, telecommunications. This is the first one. The second one is the directive for networks and information systems. which looks into cybersecurity incident and reporting. I'm almost done on the regulations. The third is a joint communication. This means a strategy paper on strengthening security and resilience of submarine cables, because this has become a major issue in Europe, as you might all have known from the press, of course. So how do we address those things in Latin America? I mentioned already the EU Latin American Digital Alliance. This exists for 2 years now. This came to birth with the last cumbre, entre América Latina y la Unión Europea. And we have to show now the deliverables, how we had supported the region in this respect in all aspects, going beyond cybersecurity, obviously. This goes into infrastructure, this goes into data governance, this goes into artificial intelligence as a whole package, right? What we do now more specifically on cybersecurity, just need to get the page here, sorry. So we already do have we have a whole policy dialogue around cybersecurity. Yeah, this is the first point where I think it's like exchanging best practices between the regions, between the different countries. We set up as well a community of practice, which works very well, we have to say. And we are building now what we call a EU LAC shield, yeah, where we foresee some further investments in order to address cybersecurity. I cannot give you all the details here because I'm not a technician and I don't want to talk about things I don't know exactly. So, and beyond this, what is important within what we call our strategy of the global gateway, we foresee further investments, above all in critical infrastructure, as well in Latin America. I mean, we have been financing, for example, what we call this fiber cable, Bella, and we are kind of expanding this as well between the continent. This is already there, but we need to see, because as you can see, I come from cooperation, right? So for us, it's a desafio. It's very, I mean, it's important that we dig on more, not only public funding, but private funding as well. This is key for us. To go forward. There will be a discussion as well on cybersecurity, I suppose, at the next summit in Colombia at the beginning of November. What would be the best toolbox to continue to invest in this alliance I was mentioning? And this includes cybersecurity as well. Thank you.
The OG of submarine cables, ITU?
Yeah, there's a lot of things we are doing right now. Let me first give some context about submarine cables that Vicente already has introduced. All the practical 98% of the traffic of internet goes through submarine cables. There is no plan B. Satellites doesn't work here, unfortunately. Even if you take all the Amazon or Inmarsat fleet of satellites, you cannot even reach 10% of a submarine cable system capacity. So if one of these powerful 36 fiber pairs submarine cable system is damaged, it's very difficult to reroute all the traffic in 1 or 2 submarine cables. Bear in mind that when you look at a nautical chart or a submarine cable map reaching your country, you see a lot of lines there, but not every submarine cable are the same. Those from 2002, perhaps they have 8 fiber pairs. That's a low capacity. And the newest ones have 36. So having a lot of submarine cables doesn't mean that the country has digital sovereignty at all. The second mistake that I want to address that sometimes is made by the telecom regulators is that they really think that we are in the global south, Latin America, Africa, and other countries are in the same situation as other countries, that they have better repair times. Last March of last year in West Africa, there was a multi-cable outage that affected 6 countries. And the repair cable maintenance ships arrived to the zone with 3 weeks delay. So during those weeks, there was hardly any internet in those countries. It's very difficult to reroute the traffic using terrestrial lines. I think there was a statistic in, I don't want to name any country, but In a European country, it was 9,000 cuts per year in their terrestrial. So in our world of subsea world, perhaps there is 2 or 1 every 3 years. That's the maximum. We are talking in the terrestrial segment about accidents with bulldozers or even with thieves that are trying to find copper. In our cases, in the subsea world, we are talking about 200 cases per year in the whole world. That means 4 cable cuts per week. So what ITU is concerned about? Well, to implement global recommendations, not just to talk about what we can do with those countries that are just near the port bases or that have the privilege of having a cable maintenance in 1 week. In ITU, we have launched an advisory body. It's called International Advisory Body for Submarine Cable Resilience. 42 members, ministers, CEOs from cable owners, companies, cable maintenance companies as well, researchers. And the aim is to produce some recommendations by next year. We already have a summit in Nigeria. Next year will be in Porto. Anyone who wants to come, just send me an email. We will be invited. And there are 3 working groups that are actively working to produce these recommendations. So next year, with those, we will knock the doors of the International Maritime Organization, International Civil Authority, even to the ITU and the national governments, with these actionable plans. I mean, there's a lot to do. And the best part of this is that many of these working groups have members that they hardly attend those industry events. I mean, even my home country, Uruguay, sometimes it's very difficult to send members to the capacity events in Singapore or somewhere else. So here, in these working groups, you will see that there are many voices that are unheard in these industry events, that they have a lot of things to say. Actually, because they are in the zone 0, where these cable cuts are produced.
Thanks. Go ahead.
Well, in Telxius, we have 2 main approaches for this. We really think that there are 2 main origins of cable cuts. One, we would say, is intentional, and another is accidental. For the accidental, we are very convinced that doing what we are actually doing right now is that year by year we do a cable awareness plan in each country. Through that plan, we visit the main subsea floor users, and we are very confident that in a peaceful manner, we should all agree on how to use the seabed, and we can coordinate that use and avoid certain cable cuts. When we are talking about intentional cuts, things dramatically change. And what has worked and we think is working is a close approach to the authorities. Mainly the authorities that have to do something to do with marine issues. But it is not only that. We have examples of collaboration with authorities of all types. Actually, about 3 years ago, we were proposed to house in our cable station in Las Toninas in Argentina a simulacrum from the Argentinian army. It was actually a cyber attack simulacrum, and they picked our cable station as a base for that simulacrum. They wanted to show the authorities that the systems that Marine forces, Air forces, and Army forces, all of them interoperate, and they wanted to impact their chiefs and bosses in the particular sensitivity that submarine cables has. So it was very interesting having them in our home, our cable station, and housing all this simulacrum. So that's another way in which we are very close to authorities. When we have cable incidents, we have the contacts with those authorities, so we can ask them to take a look at their systems to try to track fishing boats that might have caused any issue with our cable, or cables that have dragged anchors and had caused some kind of damage to our cables. We've also had that type of incident. And through the collaboration and information that we gather from the authorities, we are able to pinpoint what cable ship caused an incident with our cable, and we've even moved forward through law enforcement, and we've won cases we have done with our lawyers against those ships that have caused incidents to our cable network.
Oh, thanks for that, because Mateo, we've heard a regulatory and a private sector perspective, but as a hardcore security professional, both for the submarine and for energy sector, what are you seeing as some of those threats to these lifelines? And what are the things that you can recommend or identify first as uniquely challenging and the recommendations?
Perfectly. Just continuing with the submarine cable first, you know, for example, last year, an incident happened between Finland and Germany cables, okay? Also with Lithuania and Sweden, and you know, everything's supposed to be an attack from Russia or some other state actor, okay? And it's very difficult to identify who was responsible at the end of the day, okay? Because it was just a ship that happens to pass over there, okay? Or probably someone trying to do something bad, okay? But, you know, threat actors are trying to hide themselves, okay? So it's quite difficult for this type of critical infrastructure to identify who is trying to create that damage to a country. But sometimes the geopolitical, okay, provides those answers, and sometimes you need to identify what is happening in the region, who could be, who has the capabilities to do that, sometimes, okay, in deep sea, and sometimes who would be interested in that. Going to the second point, okay, regarding to what is happening with the threat actors, okay, they are evolving over the time, okay. The attacks are getting complex every day, okay, more sophisticated. If we go back to 2010, for example, talking about Stuxnet, okay, a small piece of virus, okay, trying to attack an Iranian nuclear plant, okay, they got like 0 days, for example, okay, for Windows attack. Okay, it's quite complex, probably took like 5 years to create that piece of malware. Okay, and we're talking about 2010. If we go to the current situation, okay, it's more complex, okay. AI is over there, because also the attackers are using it, okay, and improving their malware pieces, looking for 0 days, okay, trying to analyze what kind of infrastructure is over those critical energy places, okay, and when we talk about energy, okay, industry, we talk about generation, distribution, okay, there it's quite complex, the admin areas, okay, and all of them could be attacked, okay, so we need to create a very good threat model, okay, about what is happening, who could attack us, okay, and what kind of control do we have over there, okay, and when we talk about the grid that is going to our houses, okay, and spreading everywhere, okay, on the energy industry, it's getting more complex because it's easy to access, okay, Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, all the common, okay, communications protocols we could use, okay, and the attackers are trying to hack them, okay, and trying to attack through those piece of codes or small software without the protection that we have at the admin level, okay, or our corporate level. So we're seeing a lot of attacks to those equipment, also attacking the administration area of energy companies, okay, trying to access to the OT networks through the admin areas. And again, it's like a hybrid war, okay, where we have the physical attacks in coordination with cyber attacks, okay, to those entities, trying to evade the controls, okay, trying to hack the system, to access the OT networks, okay, trying to be over there for years, okay. It's not just a one-time thing. They do some cyber intelligence that work for 4 or 5 years in each of the cases that we analyze incidents on those kind of industries.
I want to open up the discussion, and this is a question none of you got before. Just thinking about everything that you're saying and rising geopolitical tensions, we've spoken about the fact that submarine cables, they land on someone's territory. And with all the geopolitics that's happening, this growing sophistication in doing hybrid attacks, how do you see the private sector and governments actually working together to address this?
I will take the lead here. Well, whenever we address, we meet with the national regulators, even to local navies, whenever there is a cable incident, they try to say, well, this is a private investment problem between a cable owner, private company, and the fisherman, private company. So try to resolve that in the local courts. That's the first approach. That's a mistake. Because one of the recommendations we try to move forward with is that this is critical infrastructure, but perhaps let me go back to the history of the submarine cable. They started with empires. So you got the British Empire, they have cable and wireless, the US with AT&T, France Telecom, France, and so on. There are different maps that started in 100 years ago, but right now most 99% of companies, of cable owners, are private investments. So this is a common approach in every Latin American navy where I have to approach whenever I deal as a private consultant when I was contracted as a lawyer. So we had to convince the local navies, hey, this is a public service. This is affecting your national security, national digital sovereignty. And sometimes we're successful and sometimes not, actually. So we try to change that. The second thing I want to say is that the International Cable Protection Committee, ICPC, issues statistics about this. Right now, the current statistic is that the number of cable incidents have not increased. I mean, they have been steady in the last 10 years. So it's right now in 204 cases per year. 80% of those cases are due to anchoring or fishing activities. The rest are divided between geological activity, earthquakes, seabed landslides, as well as malfunction of the system, or even abrasion, the contact of the cable with the rock. I was in Maldives doing a study there, and the last 20 years they had only 2 cable incidents. Both were related to abrasion, contact of the cable with the rock. That sometimes, even with the best survey, it's unavoidable. Every submarine cable will break at a certain point due to abrasion. So it's unavoidable. What things can be done there? Well, there was nothing else to do because the statistics shows that they had a good protection plan. And there was not even seabed fishing activity. So they shouldn't be adopting what we did in Uruguay about the high penalties against fishermen. So yes, there's a lot of things to do on both sides, from the cable owners to invest more, as Vicente said, in redundancy plans. They're expensive. Diversity of routes, diversity of landing points, landing cable stations, but those are expensive. So, of course, as Mateo and Dort said, there are a lot of investment plans that need to be implemented. Otherwise, all these extra costs to provide resilience measures cannot be afforded by the carriers, telecom companies.
Vincent?
Yes, in addition to what Andres said, once again, being very close to the authorities is something very special. At least we feel that, sincerely, that we can have our backs guarded by them. And we've been also surprised. At some time, for a particular moment in Argentina, we were contacted by the authorities. They wanted to know exactly where our cable station was, if we needed something or additional protection from our side. We told them, well, we are okay. We're not sensing nothing rare, but it is good to know that you are aware that we exist and that we might need your help in some moment. So that is something that is a consequence of what I said previously about the cable awareness programs. We are very close to them. We visit them. We provide them even the positions where our cables are located, and we trust in what they can do as authorities. And well, we really hope the best, because we know that, well, yes, more or less we have our fingers crossed, but something that we are aware and we try to create awareness is the great amount of dependency that our modern life has with submarine cables. Maybe you could think that an isolated country could more or less do along with their lives as if nothing happened. But many things behind our normal life depend on these international links. Just imagine our kids without WhatsApp for a few hours. So that's more or less the kind of impact that failures in submarine cables could cause.
Mateo, I don't know if you want to reflect on it.
Kerry, you mentioned what we are doing, the private sector and the public sector on this. You know, these submarine cables, most of them are from the private sector, okay? Companies like Google, Meta, okay, they are putting almost all the big lines, okay, over the seas. Of course, there's a coordination with the public sector when you have the entrance to the country, okay, but most of the controls, like the encryption that they're using or the monitoring that they're using, it's mostly from those private companies, okay? But what we could do from a public perspective in each country is to create the controls, to create the resilience, to work on disaster recovery plans, okay? How we will mitigate any critical infrastructure that needs internet and we are out of them, okay? We mentioned with the satellites, they are not able to support our day-to-day activities, okay? But probably we could use them for the critical ones, okay? If we have and we are talking about sabotage or hack or any kind of intentional cut, but there are so many cases about an earthquake that broke a line, okay? Or a tornado or any kind of natural incident, okay, that also creates a cut on the lines, okay? And for those type of incidents, probably we will spend like 2-3 days a week to resolve it, okay, and then to create a new connection, okay, to that submarine cable. So we need to create an alternative line, okay, for the critical infrastructure. We need to go to satellites or any other one. So we need to, again, I'm going to back to we need to generate drills, okay, to generate tabletop exercise, okay, to discuss what we could do when something bad happens to submarine cables.
Yeah, just, I mean, talking about private public sector, when cyber attacks happen, I mean, I think the key word here is mitigation measures, to have a good plan, you know, already existing before this kind of strikes us right by surprise, that we do know so what to do, and then what is the role of the private sector and the public sector respectively. No, I think this is something, because there's a rush, and we had this, I just remember this strike on trains in Germany a couple of years ago, where everything went down for, I think, half a day, which came by surprise. Those kind of things. I mean, a real division of labor between private sector and public sector, because in the end, it's all about public security as well, public services and interests, no? Even if it's financed by the private sector. And of course, the public sector coming from the public sector here has a key role to play to set the standards, the rules, and so on. And then the second point I wanted to make is, of course, the financing, so who pays for what. This is key. This needs to be further discussed, I think, based on the different roles. No, this is something I think where we should be much better. I can only talk for the European Union, and I heard here there were some comments on this as well from the private sector side of Latin America. Thank you.
Mixing it up again one last time before we go to the last questions. I'm wondering, because a lot of what you've spoken about speaks to physical threats, and I'm hearing a lot of the constraints that we normally have, which is financial constraints. When you think about submarine cable, the energy lines, what would keep you up at night then as a security professional? What would scare you the most? And Vincent seems to be WhatsApp going down, but outside of WhatsApp going down, what would scare you the most in terms of protecting these invisible lifelines? Mateo?
Yep. from my perspective, it's mostly about resilience, okay, and how to recover, okay. Incident could happen, okay, in any of the cases, physical incidents, cyber attacks, decryption of the encryption protocol, whatever, okay. I mean, something from the quantum computing, they get all the data, they tamper the data and they got information. The point is how we are going to recover from there, okay? How we recover from the information leak, to how we recover from network damage, how we recover the critical infrastructure that is not working because we need a connection with any place, okay? So again, probably the disaster recovery part is the biggest concern from my perspective, okay, and we need to work with that. For sure, we need to also improve our controls, okay, to don't make it easy to those critical infrastructure to be hacked, okay, or to be impacted. So we need to continue getting mature, okay, getting information across the different actors, okay, to protect this, because again, it's a mix of public, private sector, critical infrastructure companies, which are both public and private. So we need to spread all the controls to generate a really good baseline of security controls in order to protect to those threats that are coming, okay?
Well, something that would really cause a nightmare for us is that if we really had a cyber attack and somebody actually gained control of our network. We are very, very careful in screening out our main equipment. It is not only the equipment related to the transmission of the data through the submarine cables, but it is everything from a small camera that could maybe have an unknown backdoor and allow somebody to get into our network. And maybe it doesn't need to get too serious, such as, let's imagine, shutting down a transmission equipment. Maybe it's only an issue of shutting down the air condition. The site gets so hot that we afterwards have to shut down the transmission. So that has never happened, but it is something that is always on our mind. Select trustable equipment manufacturers, be very careful, screen them down. Screen down all the other elements as well, because every day things that in the past were analog now become digital, and those digital parts of whatever type of equipment is a certain risk for this. So once again, we screen down our equipment, any kind of equipment within a cable station, to try to eliminate that type of risk. Our internal network is isolated from the world as well, so that we cannot have any outer attacks. But cyber thieves many times are more people trying to look at those back doors than the amount of people that are aware or are trying to take care of not having them, right?
Any physical damage due to accidental damages causes, in all these multi-cable incidents, two kinds of damages. It depends on the affected country. First of all, in those underserved regions, I would call it islands, remote places, it's a total disaster. They don't have plan Bs, or they even rely sometimes in all copper cables that they cannot reroute all the traffic. In those cases, what it happens is a prioritization of the traffic. So what happens? The government, the financial industry, and others who pays more have a priority to conduct their traffic through those lines. Is that legal? Well, that's a debate, but that happens sometimes. So what happens with the end user, those guys who have internet at home? Well, the proof is that they cannot even see a football match, not even have a WhatsApp decent call, or even call to the families if they are in a distant island. So that's what we want to approach here with the ITU, because our motto here is leave no one behind. So we are trying to get some good global recommendations to address both sectors, to have some fair value there.
Yeah, it's a bit ending on a bit of a negative note. know, it reminds me of some, okay, those catastrophe movies. I would be most concerned, perhaps less on air conditioning. I'm European, and on WhatsApp as well, yes. But, I mean, we become so dependent on all these connections, right? So we need to have a good emergency plan, like which is kind of analog, I would say. That's the first thing. Just talking about smart homes, for example, talking about all the information. I mean, all the information system, TV, radio, everything goes through, no? It's changed. We're not using normal radio anymore, transport, and so on. So to have a good plan B on the short term if catastrophe hits. That's the first thing. And the second thing is quick recovery of the existing system, no? Voila. So this is what I would like to mention, to have a good backup plan. And yeah, just a good strategy we need to develop in times of peace, so to say, to have the plans in place when catastrophes or problems happen again. Thank you.
I'm going to put one question to all the panelists and a very specific one as well for Andres. But for all the panelists, just thinking through, we're 2 months away from Christmas, and we always have a wish list. And I think some of the points you guys have highlighted shows a strong reliance on public-private partnership. But if you're able to think through the greater digitization that's happened in 5G, well, 6G, AI, IoT, and smart grids, what would be you're in the room with a minister, I'm thinking, what would be your top 2 policy and technical advice in this landscape? And to Andres specifically, and I'll have you go last, is what role can ITU really play in all of this? I know you mentioned the consortium and the advisory board, but getting recommendations is one thing, but I think what role can you play in actually implementing? So I'll probably have Vincent, you go first, Matteo, and then we'll circle back to...
I think that our main point in that wish list would be enforcing more the authorities and changing the regulations, so as Andres mentioned, increasing the amount of fines applied to whoever uses the sea floor and infringes the law, because that will help us protect the cables and protect the good being of our modern society.
You have any technical recommendation?
From the technical point, continue increasing the diversification on the cable worldwide network. The main cable landing points are already known and used, and I think that country governments have to recommend the builders of new systems to select different landing points in order to have increased diversification in their landing points. They have to be very confident and plan ahead, maybe, in order to kind of force the local investors to select different landing points.
I love this wish list for Christmas, cybersecurity list for Christmas. I really love it. First of all, to remember what we have done with other technologies, okay? What kind of controls we put to different technologies across the years, okay? And let's continue, because sometimes we implement a new technology and we forgot all the controls that we implemented in other technologies. So let's try to be smart, okay, to improve the controls, to be very severe on what we are controlling on those new technologies, okay? And the second point probably is to take care about the supply chain, okay? Probably something that we forgot about the submarine cables also, and it's really important, not just for submarine cables, but for all the technology to mention, okay, to check the supply chain, okay, to check the supply chain attacks, okay, who is providing that information, the software, the hardware, and improve our checks for the hardware, okay. Sometimes we just believe it's hardware, we are not going to test it, okay. We test the software, we do pen testing for the software, but we almost never, or just a little times, we do some pen testing for the hardware, and the provider is probably someone unknown, okay, they just create one specific path, okay, for that, and it's quite simple for them to put something different over there and create a lot of damage. So my second wish is to check the supply chain, okay, attacks.
Yeah, I have two wishes as well for Christmas. So the first one is that it becomes complexer. No, also you're talking about supply chain cybersecurity. So we should not think so much national, but in global terms. So this is something we see in the European Union as well, with a lot of small countries. So it's a major issue. We need to have the tools to address the complexity of this. This is the first one. And the second wish I do have is that cybersecurity embedded in this alliance between the European Union and Latin America and the Caribbean has a strong agenda within the next summit in Colombia, that it comes up strong. I understand it's part of this declaration we will be having, but that we do have kind of concrete deliverables agreed for the next 2 years until the next summit then. So this the most concrete, the better. Thank you.
We have identified 60 recommendations that can be implemented. I don't want to prejudge the working group's plans they are actually working and very hard right now. So perhaps 50% of those recommendations will be for the International Maritime Authority that currently doesn't treat these issues, submarine cables. They only treat maritime incidents, actually, maritime collision of ships and so on. And the other 40% for the ITU, because there are a lot of things to do with the telecom authorities. And the others are for the International Civil Authority, International Geographic Authority, how to mark cables, as Vicente said, and so on. But my wish will be that in these working groups that we have Chinese, Russian, British, Americans, and so on, and guys from ministries, from Africa that are very professional, that from landlocked countries, that they don't have experience on these things, but they depend on these submarine cables as well, because they need these lines to connect to the world, actually. They are working very hard, and sometimes people are reluctant that these people will find a consensus. Actually, they are doing, and they are doing a great job. One of the rules we have is that we don't talk about geopolitics here. Security issues, about sabotage and so on. We talk about accidents statistics, and we are focused on that. So my wish is that by next year, perhaps we will have a good set of recommendations. Thank you.
Any closing thoughts?
Yeah, perhaps just to add on this, perhaps that's my closing fact. I think we need to go much more hand in hand between politics and the technicians, no? Because we do see a gap there, same in Europe, it might be the same here. I don't want to judge too much about the region, but that this goes really hand in hand. This goes back again to the public sector on one side and to the private sector on the other side. Thank you.
Okay, from my side, just to be ahead of the attackers, okay, let's try to create more controls, okay, a lot of technologies are coming, okay, and we need them and we use them everywhere day, and we need to go ahead them, okay, and let's try to block them, okay, and try to improve our controls in order to don't have these attacks, and let's be prepared, okay, if something happens, okay, let's be prepared in order to be resilient to that.
Well, from my side, we will continue to work with the local authorities. We need them, and they know that they need our submarine cables working perfectly so that the country continues doing all the business it needs related to the submarine cable industry.
We will try to close the gap between the industry, the private sector, and the public as well. There's a lot of things to do, but we will try.
I think what we hope to have done in this panel is not to answer all your questions on submarine cables. It's not possible. But we're hoping that from this panel, as you go back to your different jobs, that you think about these invisible lifelines. Today, we have heard that these infrastructures keep our worlds connected. It keeps WhatsApp going, clearly. But we're investing a lot in more cloud databases and backbones, and they're not just technical assets. They've now become strategic lifelines, and they've become economic lifelines. They exist at the intersection of digital transformation and geopolitical competition as well. We've encouraged Latin America to invest a lot in digital services, and that's because we want to increase our competitiveness. Securing them requires collaboration, clearly, between sectors, borders, institutions with shared responsibilities between industry, governments, and international bodies. And I think what stood out to me a lot is public-private partnership is more important now as we look ahead to our futures. I'd like to thank our speakers for their expertise and their work in making these invisible systems more visible and more resilient. Let's ensure that we continue to build a future together that takes into account the challenges. Please join me in thanking our panelists for such an excellent discussion.
Muchas gracias a todos y muchas gracias a Kerry-Ann por este también.
Thank you so much, Carrie-Ann, for leading this panel. We will take a break now in the streaming and we will join again. So we will continue to discuss very interesting topics on cybersecurity. Thank you. Bueno, me aburrí el chat GPT, creo que me di cuenta de lo que hacen. Te hace 8 millones de preguntas y te sigue preguntando, ¿querés que te agregue para el cartel? ¿Querés que te agregue? ¿Querés que te agregue? Y así se te van acabando las... Porque tenés como cierta cantidad de requests. Y le dije, por favor, que no me pregunte más si me genera el cartel y todavía no me lo generó. Ay, si no me lo haré en Canva.
Te iba a decir, en realidad para lo que te generó te lo haces en Canva y te queda igual.
Sí, pero tengo que ver si Canva le puedo poner como el color, tipo, subirle el logo y que me tome el color del logo. Si no le meto un gris cualquiera, pero que quiero poner el logo chiquito. Si no le pongo color claro, chao.
Pero qué decís, porque no entendí, porque vos el logo lo tenés en gris y lo querés en otro color. No entendí eso.
Mi logo es gris puro el fondo. Hago el blanco y negro, lo tengo blanco y negro y en gris y en blanco. Entonces lo meto.
Si no pásamelo y lo edito en 2 minutos. O sea,
está, porque lo que quiero es poner ese texto.
Es un toque.
Porque yo lo que quiero es achicar. Lo podés editar. Y después, pero me queda para mandar a imprimir. ¿Sí? Con los DPI, no sé qué poronga. Pues yo lo voy a llevar a imprimir.
Sí, o sea, la misma imagen, es editarla para cambiar el fondo nomás a blanco en vez de gris.
Ahora voy a probar, si no capaz que lo pido. Sí, porque es como, puede ser blanco y gris o blanco y negro, no importa.
Sí.
Porque capaz que lo que hago me hago una lona pedorra. Capaz que la lona me sale 39, como se me rompa me hago otra, ¿ves? Pero no sé, tipo mucho, sí. Too much.
Ah, mira, hay una terraza ahí.
Sí. Vamos a tomar aire. Yo tengo unas galletas María, no te ofrecí porque como estoy resfriada.
ahí. Ese. Ahí. Muy bien, retomamos la actividad.
Okay, so let's resume the activities in the OAS Symposium on Cybersecurity for 2025 for those that are here in the room and those that are joining us through the streaming transmission. We will then continue. The next presentation is about the cybersecurity network, this insurance as a tool for resilience. And Andrea Garcia Beltran, the director and partner of Cyber Europe Nirvana, is going to be presenting. In 2025, the world was talking about war, political international policies, magazines and newspapers were talking about cyber conflicts and diplomatic tensions, but there is something that is never mentioned in the headlines, and this has to do with the silent stories of those of people who have a real name and face, who are the true victims of cyber extortion, data kidnapping and digital fear. The 2nd of September, while the world was continuing their daily life, I was facing
ataque dirigido, sofisticado y personal.
a personal attack, not to a grand corporation, but a critical infrastructure, but to me, to my professional environment. From one day to the next one, the platforms were out of control. My channels were kidnapped, and malicious codes and no authorized access and errors that were impossible to resolve appeared. And all of a sudden, the digital life, the one that we all take for granted, disappeared. I called a number of CICTE searching for some guidance that is supposed to protect us. And what I found was something that is still in the back of my hand: contact Meta. That was all the help I got. And that's when I realized cybersecurity is not a technical issue. It's a human issue, structural and political. Because if this is to happen to a professional in the sector who has contacts and resources and knowledge, imagine what happens every day to thousands of people, families, and small companies that are lacking these resources. Nobody's talking about this. Their stories are not making headlines. The most pure reflection on the digital vulnerability that our region has. And this is why today we're going to talk about this two perspectives: the personal one, the one that has suffered an attack, and the professional one, the one that has been working with governments for many years, insurance companies and CISOs, in order to mitigate these risks. Because these kind of incidents are not isolated. They represent reality and theory between the public and the real protection of people. There are no accessible insurance that will cover this personal damage, or either clear protocols among public and private institutions. And this opens an urgent dialogue on the role of policymakers, of the CISOs and all of us, because when the digital life of a person gets threatened, a company, a staff of company or a citizen is vulnerated, the risk is not only individual, the risk is systematic. So the question that I would like to ask is, up to what degree your personal digital life can affect the resilience of a company or corporation or even a country. And whereas technology makes progress, the stress, the lack of emotional protection of victims continues to grow in silence. Today, we need a human vision on cybersecurity, because protecting systems, it's important, but protecting people, it has to be also at the core of our priorities. The 2nd of September of 2025, the world was talking about wars. Well, it is, I'm not going to be able to share the whole video. Thank you so much. I am Andrea Garcia, and for me it is a true pleasure to be here today with you, especially because we have a shared mission, which is protect what matters the most. Today, we're going to talk about 3 critical points. One has to do with interdependency, and then the personal aspect. And the third one has to do with the gap that I have seen as a professional role. I've been working for over 20 years, not only in the insurance sector, but also as a counselor in risk and cybersecurity for both the professional and the financial sector. And I say over than 20 years in London, and now I am between Londres and Barcelona. In this insurance company sector, working with policymakers and also with the community as a volunteer in my role, I have seen many situations. And in this video, I am not only talking about my personal story, that this is the first time that I am daring to share it in public, but also because after that, since that happening, since I've been working as a volunteer, because I am also part of CyberVAD organization where I am head of interhuman rights, we see every day, minute by minute, a lot of women in vulnerability situations that are harassed by their ex-partners or with sextortion, where we also see a lot of kids suffering cyberbullying, either at school or their closest environment, even the family. So since we are seeing this vulnerability, I would like to make the most of the time that I have here with you, because we have a shared mission, and it is to act. So from this vulnerability, today I like to talk to you about the intersection between the insurance world, the academy, the policymakers, and the corporations. This is an interactive section, so please, I would like you to scan this QR so you will be able to answer the first questions that we will be presenting, and this will help me have an idea of the knowledge of the participants that are currently in the room, your knowledge about the insurance sector. And with these cases that I was commenting, in the human aspect, stats are not lying. Over 86% of cyber attacks, the ones that we are seeing, are a triple extortion, where there is sabotage and where a lot of public pressure. The most vulnerable ages, the most vulnerable generations are people over 60 years old. For digital fraud, it exists. It is a reality. In 2024, we lost over 4,500 millions. And these are the people who are most vulnerable, who need protection. And in the insurance sector, there are no personal insurance to cover for this. So we are really focused on the critical infrastructure, not reminding or forgetting that people are critical structures. As you continue to answer, the real situation that we see every day from the insurance sector, what I see is that the CISOs are very focused on controls and protection, their environments, the IT and the OT. Yes, there are classes. We are trying to implement a culture for cybersecurity among companies, but usually that is not the role of the CISO. We're still working in silos, and since we are working in silos in the companies themselves, we're also working with the private sector, the academy, the policymakers, and also the insurance sector. Today, this is a call to work together and to cooperate. What we see from the sector, from the insurance sector, insurances are mainly focused on the risk evaluation, the economic and the impact, the quantification, the severability, frequency. And policymakers, what we see is that policymakers are basically focused on creating or implementing things that are going to be compliant. However, and according to my experience before the pandemic, when I was still in London, I was chair of the CICTE committee in the London market. And from that position, from that role in facing the pandemic, as you know, there were a lot of attacks increasing back then, especially to banks. So we started to have a lot of negative pressure to the insurance sector because we were supposedly incentivizing this crime, where our role is the opposite. Our mission is to help companies to protect their heritage and their assets, and also their reputation, and not only for people but for the companies. So we started working along with the government, the UK government, and we created a task force focused on ransomware, but also in suspension risk. And we noticed that there was no coordination. There was a lot of bodies or entities among the sector trying to do the same, but we were not talking among each other.
And the insurance sector, what we wanted was to help. At the end of the day, in this collaboration, we reached several conclusions. The most important one, I think, is that compliance is not the same as resilience. And why am I saying this? Because even though there are some accreditations that the British government requires from companies that want to work with the public sector, in particular the cyberpaths, when we started to talk, we realized that it's wonderful to have this, but from the point of view of the insurance sector, it's not enough. These are the minimum requirements that we call red flags, which the companies have to have in order to be able to be insured. And when we saw these certifications that are spectacular from the point of view of compliance, they didn't comply with the level of resilience needed in order to consider a company as insurable. And this is the message that I want to leave today for you. We are building fortresses with open doors, and we need to make them secure. We need to work together and to collaborate, academia, private sector, public sector, including the insurance sector, because another of the conclusions that we reached is that the insurance sector can help not just protect the assets of people, but also in prevention. Here I mentioned some of the coverages that we have, and the important thing is that we are achieving solutions, insurance solutions, together with cybersecurity and technology, but we go way beyond that. We help have a higher bar so that companies have an optimal level of cybersecurity. So we started at that point in the pandemic to request those minimum requirements, those red flags, so that companies could have an optimal level. Because governments at that time, and some who I won't mention, were considering banning insurance. These are ethical issues, and I won't go too much into that, the thing about paying extortions. But here we were protecting, at a very critical moment for world economy, the ability of companies to continue functioning and the digital economy that we all live in. My message here as well with the part of insurance, because I see that some maybe are not that familiarized with the topic, given the answers that you've been sending. We are a strategic partner. We help companies, in particular in the most critical moments, which is when they are suffering a cyber attack. The first 24 hours are critical, and with the coverage that we in the insurance market can offer, we help companies with professional experts who can help them overcome this crisis. But that's not enough. The personal aspect, the personal insurance doesn't exist yet. Most of you talking about the critical infrastructure of the present and the future, which is the people. So I invite you to join forces and to consider this topic. Why? Because imagine the case that I told you about, right? My personal case. Totally personal. My social media, personal website. Imagine that this happens to an executive of a company, and it does happen, and we're seeing a lot of attacks of extortion to key people in the company or executives of companies. So the companies probably won't really learn about this because it's personal issues. And criminals are really getting at us. We need to understand the psychology of people and how this could affect situations, because fraud and crime have evolved and they are messing with people's minds in cyberspace. Let's imagine that this attack happened to a high executive in a corporation. If a company is affected, a whole country could be affected, and depending on the involvement of that company with the supply chain risk, we could be facing a systemic risk. I'm going to talk about 3 cases. The first video, please. Let's hope it works. On September 2 of 2025, Jaguar Land Rover announced that it suffered a ransomware cyber attack that paralyzed operations. This attack of the scattered spider stopped production in factories and forced workers to stay home. The consequences were felt in China, United States, Slovakia, and India, where production was stopped. Days after, JLR announced a leak of personal data and notified the authorities and affected people. The impact was prolonged. It extended the closure of manufacturing up until October. And this incident paralyzed the company and its ecosystem, requiring intervention of the government with a loan of £1.5 million. What would happen if there was a compulsory insurance that would continue with the business? The state wouldn't have to rescue them. So the message here is clear. Jaguar Land Rover has been trying to buy risk transfer for 7 years. They are underway. This is public information, but they didn't do it on time. They weren't able to do it on time. And the government was the one that had to get involved and rescue them. Let's imagine that this happens here in the region. Could we do that? And that's another message. It's in our hands to create policies where we can help digital resilience with possibilities of implementing and demanding insurance policies for cybersecurity that are compulsory, but not just any type of compulsory policy, but robust policies, because of the checkbox exercises don't work, right? Certifications are amazing, but from the point of view of insurance, when we're evaluating risk, and it's being transferred, oftentimes those certifications are for a certain environment and not for the whole company. And so there's a false certainty that is created of being insured when in fact we're not. The next video. In April 2025, Marks & Spencer suffered a cyber attack by the group Scattered Spider. This incident interrupted their operations and caused leakage of personal data of clients. The online sales of the company of £3.8 million per day were suspended. The magnitude of the attack caused an initial drop of more than £5 million. Even though insurance mitigated part of the impact, the losses of 300 million could only be covered partially up to 100 million. And because of them being underinsured, this shows the need for robust insurance and an acquiring of insurance that is according to the risk. Okay, so underinsured, this is also public information. 300 million is what the insurance would have probably been able to pay, but they only had 100. And here again, I want to highlight that we're working in silos, not just at the public level, but within the companies. This also depends on the appetite and the risk of the companies, the identification of risk that they have made. Maybe they decided to only transfer those 100 million, and maybe they have the economical means to protect the rest of the money. But the losses that they suffered in the market, loss of jobs as well. The director left, and in many cases, when we are facing cyber attacks, the key people also have to step down. The next case. Welcome to the case of Muse, the European airports where technical failure became a systemic risk. A critical failure in the software of a key provider for the airports of Europe caused massive interruptions. Thousands of passengers experienced delays and cancellations in their flights. Governments, airlines, and operators discovered that they didn't have enough coverage to face the risk of third parties. Why this lack of preparation against a risk that is so evident? In many contracts, a guarantee or policy for mistakes is required as a simple administrative checkbox. Or in the best of cases, there is a limited cybersecurity insurance without a real analysis of risk. In some cases, there's hundreds of clients and there's a vulnerability in this sense. In practice, one software can represent a single point of shared failure for a whole industry. When an incident happens, all of the clients are affected simultaneously and it generates a systemic risk. This risk is comparable to a financial crisis where the interconnection amplifies the impact. This sort of gap has to be observed by policymakers, consultants, clients, and the insurance sector. This is evidence of the fact that the cyber environment has really gone beyond what we expected. If a policy of 10 million euros is the only guarantee, what would happen facing a massive incident? We would be underinsured. So, without having to look much further, on Monday we saw the case of Amazon, what happened with the DNS. It's the same thing. We have an interdependency, and here we also have that gap between regulation and insurability. What do we see in the insurance sector? We see that many companies come to us because this is a requirement that they're getting in order to have a contract, right? A policy, but that same policy that sometimes it's just 5 million, 10 million maximum, is the same policy that they present to several companies. And again, this creates a false feeling of reality, and when what can happen happens, those companies can face bankruptcy. The next video, I'm not going to introduce it because it highlights what I already mentioned about the personal point of view, and we only have 10 minutes, but I want to highlight again that the personal aspect with what I lived, for example, in my job as a volunteer, and with the sabotage that I experienced recently, for me it's very clear that cybersecurity starts with a human aspect and we need to work together. In the region, we don't have enough culture for insurance for cybersecurity. In Europe and Latin America, the small and medium companies in that transfer of risk, we're only at 5 digits. There's no culture of insurance. But what worries me the most is that we don't have those frameworks, regulation frameworks that are adapted even to the individual digital part. The digital life of an individual can compromise the resilience of a corporation, and the resilience of a corporation can affect the stability of a country. The added value of insurance, as I mentioned, is not the financial part, not just that, but we're also working to help with the job of educating. And here I want to highlight the job of several organizations
that are not only focused on the training and educational part, but they are trying to be pioneers, and they are really aware of the fact that we've been working on this for 20 years, over 20 years. So we need to face the fact that we are facing cyber wars. Some companies say, we really love what you do, because they talk about the cyber arena, and this is real-time training from the basic stuff, but specifically from the government standpoint, to be prepared at at the level of a cyber war. And I'm sure that today we have to follow their mission, and this has to do with training not only the collaborators and the key people inside companies and technicians, but we also need to create a cybernetic culture and the principle of train under fire, feel safe, and learn fast. And last, sustainability 2030. As I said before, the penetration in the Latin American and European market is quite low. And since we already have green bonuses or the carbon credits, I'd like to invite you all to consider the need of having digital hygiene bonuses for digital resiliences. Just imagine fiscal and tax incentives for companies that are not only certified. Remember that there is a huge gap here, but that for companies that also have these kinds of real training in cyber arenas. We only have 10 companies, and 8 of these companies are private companies, and 2 are public ones. One is Cyber App in Europe, but it's in Italy. So we really have a huge opportunity to cooperate with them to create something similar for the region. Digital resilience must be seen as sustainability investment, not as an expense. And in 2030, digital economy will continue to be even more interdependent, and states cannot always be the ones who rescue as a last resource. As policymakers, we have a task in order to prevent and not react. And last, my message is that cybersecurity protects the present, cybersecurities and cyber issues ensure the future, and only together the governments, the CISOs and the academy and the insurance sector can build a digital resilience that is to be resilient for our societies towards 2030, can be responsible and build together protection in our economic network. And today, from the OAS, I'd like to send this message that if we want to have societies that are going to be digital safe, we need to start with the citizens.
Muy bien, muchísimas gracias, Andrea.
Thank you so much, Andrea. Please remember that we have the available hashtags for you to express your opinion, your thoughts, and your analysis throughout the different presentations that we have seen so far and the ones that are going to continue today and tomorrow. Let's remember that we also have simultaneous interpretation equipment at the entrance if you want to make use of them. In order to continue, we will talk about protection from zero. This is the next panel, configuring the digital deployment throughout public policies. And for this, we would like to invite as the moderator Daniel Alvarez, the Director of Cybersecurity at ANSI, Chile, the National Agency for Cybersecurity. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for this kind invitation. Thank you so much, and I'd like to congratulate you all for this excellent opportunity. I think that we were able to get together with a lot of people that are key. This is the biggest conference in Latin America and the Caribbean. So I would like to invite the rest of the panelists. Maria Eugenia Corti, she's the Director of Cybersecurity from Agesic, Uruguay. I'd like to also invite Mr. Cesar Molina, the Director of Cybersecurity from the government of Costa Rica. And Mr. Luis Esparta, who is the head of cybersecurity at the Ministry of Safety in Panama. So as you know, and this is something that we have been discussing for several years, the process of digital transformation that our countries have been facing had made us take several decisions in order to see how to incorporate safety in the different stages of a process. And many times we never incorporate them. The motivation was to digitize. But some years ago, several governments tried to solve the question on how to incorporate the dimension of cybersecurity in the digital transportation process. And the idea of this panel is to talk about this with the different approaches and the different ways to solve these problems, assuming that there is no single recipe. So something that may happen and might be useful in a country may not be the case in another country because of the different governments and different bureaucracies involved and the ways in which we also are creative. So I'd like to ask you some questions, and the idea is to have an open conversation. Maria Eugenia, according to your opinion, what are the main axes that in a comprehensive policy for digital transformation should consider? How the Agesic model has been implemented throughout the years? Can you hear me? Good morning, everybody. Thank you for inviting me to this panel. It is a true pleasure to be here today. Yes, when we talk about, maybe we need to talk about pillars, and I think that in this case, we need to start by having a strong governance and coordinated governance, which is also supported by a regulatory framework that has to be based and has to take into consideration international standards, also taking into consideration or having the flexibility or the capability of adapting itself very quickly to the technological changes. And in turn, it has to be firm, because based on this framework, you will be able to indicate what are the minimum actions that must be implemented. So these actions must be determined in a way to manage the risk. And here I would like to stop, not only identify the risks, and here we need to take into consideration everything that has to do with critical infrastructures of a country and informational infrastructure. Not only identify, but also manage. We need to make sure that we have mitigation plans and to follow up on them. So when we think about this, we think about protection actions, but we also need to foster the answer to incident. We know that we will never be 100% safe, so we need to take actions in order to be prepared when an incident occurs, and also in order to maintain resilience for the organizations and for the countries. Training and formation, the creation of capability, technical and human capabilities, is also key. We know that there are a huge percentage, over 86% of incidents associated to the extraction of information are associated with human components, either because they have to do with phishing, with fraud. So it is important to also generate technical capabilities and human capabilities as well. And last but not least, the international cooperation is key. We know that cybersecurity has no boundaries, no frontiers. So what we are doing today is really enriching for all the countries, and it helps us into positioning ourselves in those aspects that we really want to achieve. Thank you so much. Yes, and in the case of Costa Rica, how have you identified these pillars or axes, and what have you done for the last incidents? Thank you so much. Again, thank you, Agesic, and for this very important invitation. These are networking instances. From Costa Rica, we have been evolving, and one of the first steps was to have a national cybersecurity strategy, and we were working hand in hand with OAS, and it was very important for us to identify that we have to put people at the core, because our cyber attack, the impact was a catastrophe. So to be honest, we learned the hard way. But I like to see the glass half full, because this really generated something that was very important for us, because this is transversal. We have seen many things, but the most important thing that we realized, and that you can see when these situations take place, and I think that Daniel will also agree, and my colleagues, on how these incidents really accelerated the process of having a law passed, when this creates awareness, not only for the citizens, but also for the senior management and for our legislators, because they see that cybersecurity has to be a transversal axis towards everything we do in our daily operations. Why? Because you have to consider, what do we do today that does not relate to technology? In fact, COVID was a catalyzer of services. We saw how we went from services that were in person to having remote services. Otherwise, they would be out of business. So what happens with the security by design? If we don't think about security by design in everything we do when it comes to digital transformation, believe me that the impact that this will have will be very important. We see that the supply chain, which is also important, has to be taken into account. But we need to take a look at this from different places in terms of the development of capabilities, investment in our task force, because these people that are operating and managing technology, they need to understand these cybersecurity components, or at least having someone who accompanies them in this training, because many times we have very good distribution of services, but if cybersecurity or the skilled staff is not included in order to provide this follow-up, we will see later on a very important impact. So I think that this is one of the most important factors. I call it the theory of the hospital. We also need to think what is urgent, what is important, and what is low risk, because many times we want to enter into the game facing everything, but we have limited time, limited resources, and limited budget. So we need to learn how to give priority to these things, for the actions that we take have a real impact and are translated into things that can be measured at the short, medium, and long term. So coordination and governance for cybersecurity has to go hand in hand with the regulations that a country has. Without this, the efforts will be really diluted. I think that Chile is a great example. Daniel, Luis recently gave us a lecture. We are in constant communication with him, and we see that the policy is also important for cybersecurity. We see how policy must and has to be part of this whole process. And I could continue on and on different topics, but I don't want to extend on my time. But the international cooperation is so important in the capability development. So from our perspective in Costa Rica, what happened? The international cooperation was fundamental for us. If we don't count on that, if we don't have these kinds of cooperations, if we don't go or assist in these kinds of international cooperation actions, it will be very difficult for us to overcome the challenges that we face, because we found that in the international cooperation we can find the know-how, the aid that we need. Spain was a huge collaborator, the US again, OAS. So this network for contact is key in order to make progress. So I don't want to take any longer, but thank you. That would be my opinion.
Yes, there's several concepts that are repeated. I see sort of that invisible hand behind the public policies creation, and in Latin America, it's called the cybersecurity program of the OAS, and we see that there's common elements like cooperation, coordination, governance, development of capabilities, which are part of all our policies of cybersecurity. And I wanted to ask, in the case of Panama, how you're approaching the development of new projects. A lesson learned in Latin America is that if there's projects with no cybersecurity, then we pay the price later. And how is Panama developing projects in order to incorporate the cybersecurity in their design? Well, first of all, thank you very much to the OAS for having me in this panel. So what are we doing in Panama? If we talk about technology and we talk about cybersecurity, we're going to talk about countercurrent. When technology, when it started, it was part of the organizations, but it was in sort of the basement. People thought that it was a useless component within organizations, but with time, it turns out that organizations can't live without technology. Cybersecurity, even more so. If technology started as something that was like useless, cybersecurity was not even taken into account. Technology tools just worked because they had to, and one day they realized that if the technology didn't work, then the organization fell apart. And it was decided to have a digital country, and it's super important to provide access for the population to digital services, but we also realized that cybersecurity is essential because otherwise those services stopped functioning. So we started to apply the concepts of security by default and security by design, which means thinking before we start any technology project or that has a technology component, and then we need to apply cybersecurity components, because everything that we're saving and not including cybersecurity in the project at the end of the project is going to cost us much more. If we go to the beginnings of the internet, the security protocols didn't exist and they were added afterwards. And so in the same way that we had a hard time getting to the directors and ministers to understand the importance of cybersecurity and to have agencies and institutions created and laws that allow us to carry out our functions, we are now doing the work of explaining that any technology in any institution of the government has to include cybersecurity from the starting point. And this is going to save us costs, it's going to give us benefits, and it's going to make digitalization of the population better, of course, safer, and it will allow us to reach the population, the whole population, in a better way. Thank you, Luis. Something that was mentioned by the three of you, which is part of the debate nowadays, as the region progressed and having strategies or national policies for cybersecurity, immediately the next step comes up, right? The discussion about institutionality, how we can give a body to that so that it can be more concrete, right? That development of capabilities, the regulation of standards. What are, and this is a question for the three of you, same question for the three of you, what are the regulatory frameworks that you're seeing as frameworks of reference for the development of governance, but also for strengthening the developments of technology strengthening? What are you seeing? What are the references that nowadays are being useful for the different governments in this discussion? Hilser? Thank you. Well, in terms of frameworks, in Costa Rica, we've adopted the security framework, and this was the basis on which we built the National Directorate of Cybersecurity, because the security framework, you have the identification, detection, protection, and this is what we use for SOCCR. And then response and recovery and CCR, which have specific functions, each of those departments. And in terms of governance, there's the Directorate of Cybersecurity. Then we also have to see other regulatory frameworks that are important. At the level of Costa Rica, we launched a decree that even though its scope is more sort of executive, we still instruct the central government, and we encourage the different powers in terms of the need of a cybersecurity act. We hope that we can make progress on this like Chile did. But yes, we don't have a decree anymore. Now we have a decree for cybersecurity, resilience in the government. This is one of them. Then we have other regulatory frameworks that are important for us, like the Data Protection Act, Cybercrime Act. And then there's, of course, international frameworks or agreements or different norms like the UN, different conventions. And I think that this is also important to highlight that, of course, cybersecurity goes beyond borders, right? It's not a matter of just one country. And so we have, of course, used different frameworks and regulations in terms of cybersecurity and adopted best practices. We can talk about ISO as well in that sense, and also different frameworks for risk. It's very important to base our whole strategy on risk. Thank you, César. María Eugenia? Well, we also have the cybersecurity framework, which is strongly based on the cybersecurity framework of NIST. We recently, actually, it's quite fresh, the latest version that was adapted, that was the 5.0, which was adapted to the 2.0 of NIST, with everything that implies, right? The new functions that are added for governance. And what we also have is a decree 66, that many of you are aware of, that asks for the adoption of this framework to all the public entities or bodies. And so for this, we established a way of implementation, which was defined for 3 years for the organizations, with clear goals, partial goals as well for implementation each year, because we defined within the requirements and the measures and controls that are requested by the framework, we defined priorities, high, medium, and low, and we already set clear goals for compliance for these priorities for each year, right? So according to those priorities is how we will audit the partial compliance until we reach 3 years and total adoption. This framework also determines profiles, so depending on the characteristics and how critical the bodies are, there's different controls or different requirements that need to be used. And also, well, compliance now is going to be generated mostly. There's going to be sort of a primary self-assessment that all bodies have to take, and based on that we will create the action plans in order to reach the partial compliances that we are asking for. Of course, this framework is aligned with other standards, like, for example, the family of the ISOs. We also reference them in the measures and how to implement those measures that are set, which can also be taken as reference with the other regulations. And there's also a Personal Data Protection Act that is already several years old, and that is also contemplated within the framework as well. Thank you very much, María Eugenia. One of the elements that coincide in this sense is that there's technical aspects to the regulation issue, right? But we will also need to take care, of course, of the regulatory issue itself, right? So what is Panama doing right now? Well, in Panama, we have a Data Protection Act, and we have signed international conventions like the Budapest Convention, then the UN one as well, and this also generated change in legislation for cybercrime and cyberbullying as well, cyber harassment. And in terms of cybersecurity, we have a double strategy. On the one hand, it is talking with the bodies, and having a self-assessment, because we want to know who is fronting that and what is the degree of maturity of the organizations. And on the other hand, we are reviewing technical frameworks like the NIST regulations or ISO, European regulations as well, and how we can adapt those frameworks that are technical to a regulation that can allow us to work, right? There are sectors that are already regulated, like the banking sector, finance, insurance, and there's regulation bodies for the telecommunications sector, and there's bodies that impose certain rules. And we don't want to put rules on rules or regulations on regulations. We want to try to harmonize the regulations, and we understand that not all entities maybe have to have the same degree of adaptation to the regulations that we establish. It will depend on the impact that can be caused to society, the state of maturity, degree of maturity that they have, and it's important to accompany them in this process. It's difficult to go and say, well, this is what you have to comply with for tomorrow, and just leave, and that's not the idea. The idea is to accompany them and see what are their needs and how we can help them or accompany them in this path. And so we have created a group for joint task. We create different exercises and drills and organizations that come from the cybersecurity area. The idea is for them to get to know each other, and the other thing that we're trying to do is to create groups of information that don't have to be official channels, but rather alternative channels that make it easier to get information. If someone is suffering a cyber attack or there is something strange in their network, it's going to be much faster through these informal channels maybe to reach a conclusion. Maybe it's not even something serious, than just having to use the formal channels. Of course, we have to use the formal channels, but it's two different ways to share information, and they're both helping improve communication. Thank you. And one of the topics that you're mentioning, sharing information, yes, the informal channels oftentimes work better than the points of contact. This is something that we know already. The WhatsApp groups or Signal groups where information flows maybe faster than in the official channel. Sometimes it's much more useful than other coordination efforts. But of course, as you well said, we don't need to leave the coordination efforts aside because of this, especially when we're at a moment where in the technical field there's consensus, but we still need to have political consensus in order to move forward with the regulatory frameworks and the institutional aspects. And there's also the matter of how to coordinate in the governments at the different levels. You were talking about not just about regulating. And in the case of Chile, one of the discussions that we had is that the National Agency for Cybersecurity was going to reach a scenario where there were already regulators for the sectors, and then there is a debate. Are we going to prefer the sector regulation or a general regulation? We said, okay, cybersecurity is a conduct, it's not a market. If we give preference to the sector regulator, maybe there's going to be an over-regulation and dispersion, and so maybe it's better to concentrate this conduct so that, I don't know, a company that provides ciphering doesn't have to comply with all the industries. Sometimes in the different industries there might be different standards that don't match. And so the efforts of coordination in the model are very important, but also in practice. And I wanted to know how it's been for you to sort of go behind the scenes and see what it's like, right, to be a national authority or the closest thing to a national authority in cybersecurity, and what's the relationship like with your peers, right, with the private sector, with the other parts of the government. Maria Eugenia? Yes, I think that the most complex thing there is the different capabilities. and infrastructure of the bodies, the human resources that they have, so training that they have in the different bodies. And so those differences are what's harder to coordinate in general. And that's the thing about the framework contemplating different profiles, because it's not the same, we can't reach all the bodies in the same way. We need to group them somehow in order to have that coordination and to be able, in some cases, to speak the same language and to coordinate in different ways, because political structures are also different and we need to reach them in different ways according to the bodies and their dependencies. And so that's a topic that we need to take into account, and that I think that grouping has sort of helped coordinate in a better way. But it is a difficult topic. There's a lot to do. They're aware of that there is a lot to work on. But I think that there is a good path already traced.
One of the main points for me is to generate trust. And this is vital to coordinate even with institutions that are out of our reach. So we have a course in progress for the strengthening of our infrastructure, and we also have a decree because we have a very important cooperation with the US government. But throughout this cooperation, which was coordinated with different institutions, not only from the executive power, but there are also some services that are escaping from our reach. So we needed to coordinate the development of capability building and how to, let's say, open the door in order to have this framework and to strengthen this collaboration with them in order to protect data. There was an advantage, and I hope that no institution undergoes incidents as we have in our country, but it really opened the door and it really helped me understand how to get in touch with some of the organizations that at the beginning I was reluctant to access. Because in an institution where we have technologies, in my case, in the case of my team, when we had the interaction with some of these agencies, they knew who was helping them. And I miss it. They would say, if there's any incident, who should we resource to? Now we provide solutions. A clear example that happened not long ago, in November of last year, in Recope, the refinery of the distribution of oil in our country, the resource to us, they've solved this problem and the recovery was very quick. The work was again with international cooperation, with all these kinds of actions, that these are lessons learned. Remember that the last phase is the lessons learned. And I think that in this sense, we learn a lot in order to reach the different institutions with a different approach to them. So this really helped us in terms of establishing new cooperation and to get into the work of other institutions in the development of other capabilities. Because we noticed that when we visited a different institution, there was a shared problem. It was the lack of training in cybersecurity, at least the public institutions in Costa Rica. And I think this also applies to the rest of the world, because there is no budget when it comes to training, right? This is something difficult to really access. So we are providing training, and now, yes, they come and knock at our door and ask us to develop these capabilities. We have also worked through this decree that it can continue to be expanded with the capability of operating with these institutions under the framework of, yes, we provide training and we also invite the different legislative powers. And the key here was the trust. So I think that this is the key for everything, to build trust. Thank you, Geser. And when you talk about capability and trust, this is a way to really prove that when we talk about incidents and cybersecurity, these are accelerators, right? They really accelerate the maturity processes, but in the immediate term, because in the region, in other countries, we have seen incidents that occur one time, then it happens 2 times or 3 times to the institution, and they say, okay, we're used to this now. This is part of the new rules of the game. So you stop being the catalyzer for initiatives. In the case of Panama, how are you facing this? How are you articulating this coordination? How are you integrating the different parts or the different sections of the government? In the case of Chile, before the agency, we will regulate the public sector and we were obliged to notify incidents. We will receive the notifications that we had to receive, but after the law was passed, the notification was mandatory, so the compliance was associated to a fine. And since then, we noticed an initial reduction in the reporting, because at the beginning, since there was no fine, they stopped doing this because they said, oh, now if I don't report, I will be fired. So this was a change that we did not foresee. We need to then revisit the proposal, but we noticed that there was a small drop because they were scared of getting a sanction or a fine. And this has to do with institutional design. How are you thinking about this coordination in Panama? I think that the two main issues that we have are capabilities and competences. Competences can be solved with a law that regulates the institutions, either public or private. But what we don't achieve with this is to create trust. So to generate trust, we need to talk among peers, we need to generate a synergy. So what we have done is to generate exercises for education or training, where we invite different organizations. This also helps in the case of self-evaluation. Sometimes we send a set of questionnaires, and they return the answers, and depending on who answers these questionnaires, we can provide to them a different degree of validation. But we always make reference to these kinds of exercises in order to determine the level of reaction of an organization, because some of them are highly trained because of the assets that they protect or the money that they have. So they are able to conduct more drills, more simulations. But in the case of the private sector, we see that sometimes they have higher capabilities. So what we want is for the whole country to increase their capabilities, because it's not useful for us to have a sector that is right on the top in their capabilities and then the rest it doesn't. For example, the administration of the Channel of Panama, right? So if in my country, the country fails, the electrical sector fails, or the logistic sector fails, or the water provision fails, the impact that this will bring to the country will be stopping the operations of the whole country. So one system impacts the other. So in order to increase capabilities is to visit universities, to get in touch with trainers, in order to improve the education programs that they have. And we work in CTF exercises before students graduate. And throughout these different exercises, we invite the private sector so we can establish the connection between the students, the future professionals, and the private sector, so they know what a company is asking for in order to incorporate skilled staff. So we make sure that we close this gap of not having enough skilled professionals in this area for cybersecurity. This is very interesting. Eugenio, in your case, can you explain us further or into more detail how you operate? Because this also impacts the relationship that you have with these organizations, right? There has to be a shared language. How do you articulate this? Yes, this is something that is right now in progress. This is a very new initiative. What we have so far are tools which provide the framework. So far these are spreadsheets, and there is software behind it where organizations can provide a self-assessment, yes, no, I am compliant or I am not compliant, and this self-evaluation can be uploaded to the tool, and then an auditing team will be revising these self-evaluations, and if necessary, they will double-click in on some of the aspects that can be a priority or that where they see that there is a lack of consistency in the provision of evidence, because what we will see in the future is evidence to back up that the requirement is being complied with. So you're going to be providing a positive audit, right? Yes, that's the idea. Yes, that's the idea. To be able to provide a more extensive audit in order to cover all areas of a body or organization. It also facilitates for the bodies and organizations to be mature enough to identify and ask ourselves. So not to wait for an external auditor to come and ask these questions. They have to be self-aware of what the requirements are and validate themselves how they are compliant or not compliant, and what are the things that they still need to do in order to get there. If they, of course, want to hire an external auditor, that is part of the body's decision, and we respect that. But it is to generate this awareness. From our agency, we will always provide help. So if they resource to an external auditor, we don't tell them you are on your own with them. They can always come to us and ask any specific questions they may have. Because the idea behind this is to establish these assessment points which are intermediate for them to be able to prioritize and to come up with an action plan. And on that action plan, we are asking the self-evaluation, we give them a specific deadline, and then an action plan. And then we will also provide a follow-up to the action plan. Is this something that they can, is this compulsory? Yes, it is compulsory. The deadline is December, so the representatives of these bodies in the room, be aware that the deadline is in December. What about Panama? Are you considering this self-assessment process? For us, the most important thing for us is to get to know the capabilities of each of the institutions, capabilities and the level of maturity. We don't take a look at the technical tools that they may have, but what we are asking for, what we would like to evaluate is the assets they are protecting and the staff that they have, whether they are qualified or skilled staff or trained staff on these topics. So whenever there is an incident, we want to make sure that we are able to provide this cyber resilience support. Because at one point, sooner or later, we will all be impacted. And the idea is for this impact to be as small as possible and to be able to recover as fast as possible from such impacts. And in order to evaluate this, they need to reply this questionnaire. The idea is to evaluate what are the critical assets that are to be protected in order to become more resilient. Hesser, I'm not going to ask you for this, but what are the mini symbols or the features that are representing what you're doing right now? In the case of Costa Rica, I can tell you that this was something that was very, very famous. We all worked from home at one point, right? So we wanted to go back to the basics. And this attitude means that who in the institution sometimes don't apply double verification processes, that back in the day, we used to use those tools, right, to verify who are the people connecting to the network, connecting to the companies. The idea is to also have at least a cyber hygiene course. So this is mandatory. There is a decree for this, and this presidential decree says you won't be able to have staff working from home if we don't comply with these list of controls, and they would have to provide an affidavit that will be sent to the IT department. So many of them really run in order to comply with this, but many of them did not have these tools implemented. So this was an example that was very dear to us because it really caused a really quick action. But since I joined, the main point of incidents was where the point of access, the VPNs, incidents. Yes, we would have cyber trolls, but we took a step further. That is when it comes to working from home. And there were also other topics that those institutions should be, they had to provide answers to because we have limited resources. In our cybersecurity division, we have a limited amount of resources and staff, and we are answering to, or we are trying to provide solutions to over 300 organizations. So we need to go through these guidelines, making sure that which are the basic safety guidelines they have, whether they have obsolete programs, and how to provide countermeasures to reduce the impact of those tools that they may have, which are already obsolete. So we really need to make sure that they have a password policy, etc. And also to identify what are the critical services if they want to have continuity in the business. So with these measures, we were able to analyze the advance, the progress of these institutions. But we were pushing them, unfortunately. But sometimes it was really satisfying to push them because they provide positive answers. Because when something is compulsory, they always want to comply with it. Yes, it's like putting the incentive in front of your donkey.
I'm going to use this last thing you said because it happens a lot that we go back to basic problems, right? 85%, there was a data published that 85% of the incidents could be prevented with double authentication factors. Several countries have provided similar data. And so nowadays we are facing the challenge of solving issues of the past, which is a big challenge. But at the same time, we have to see how to avoid those issues in the future. In the sense that nowadays, someone who takes a decision to feed an AI with data needs to check that it's not going to feed it in a bad way or poison it, or that it's not going to reproduce the cybersecurity risks that we have nowadays. So how are those countries facing the practical challenges? And if you can tell us cases of how to increase the level of cybersecurity by design, by default, in the projects that you're working on nowadays. So on the one hand, solving the issues of the past, or not repeating them, and then issues of the future. Well, you're talking about something that is very interesting, and I think that the challenge is by design, right? How to leverage that, because the thing of thinking of projects with digitalization in mind and incorporating in their design, in their process, sometimes there's a budget associated there. It has to have a budget associated. Sometimes I ask, okay, how much is allocated in your project for cybersecurity, right? Let's actually ask that question. I love this type of survey. Let's raise our hands, those who have approved a project with no cybersecurity budget in the last year. There's always some. You can raise your hand. You can maybe do it, just slightly if you're embarrassed. It continues to happen. It happens frequently still. I hope that less and less, but we sometimes approve projects without a budget for cybersecurity, right? Yes, there's a challenge there, and there's witnesses of this. I'm asking this for political leaders. your budget for cybersecurity, and I ask, what's the worst answer that you can give, right? What's the worst answer that you would give? It's nothing. No, the worst answer is, I don't know. Because 0 would be an answer, it would be, you know, being aware of the fact that you're not investing anything, but saying I don't know is that they haven't even considered it. Now, going back to the question, the topic of, I think that many of the issues would be solved, many of the issues that we have now would be solved if we thought about cybersecurity in the projects. And what am I aiming for in this sense? The thing is, what does it mean? What does cybersecurity by design mean, right? What does it mean to think about it in the design itself? And here I always like to bring an example that some of you already know, said by Gary McGraw in one of his books, and it's that in order to establish that difference of analyzing code and all that, well, not that. It's an operational system, and its origins, well, in its origins, those systems didn't have multi-users, right? It was just one user. When we started to have multiple users, this operation system had an assistant, remember? Maybe some of you know them. And so the user would put in their name, password, not considering any sort of security aspects. It was great for users. If they made a mistake with their password, the assistant would help them create a new password. But in terms of security, it was terrible, right? And this continued to happen nowadays. Many of the incidents that we've found, even when you have ethical hacking, there's issues with the design that we detect. And in that sense, I think that one of the things that we need to consider is the capabilities. Sometimes we focus on generating cybersecurity experts, but we need to have the concepts of cybersecurity and data protection. And this needs to be clear for those who think about these programs, those who develop all of those disciplines that are associated to the digitalization project. So it's more general. Yes, we need to generate specific capabilities, but perhaps we can't have a cybersecurity expert for each project that is going to be initiated in terms of digitalization. Thank you very much, Eugenia. Luis? It's a complicated issue because of the last thing that my colleague was saying, and it's true that we are not going to have enough experts. We're always saying that we need more staff, more talent, and let's imagine that in each of the projects we have to have cybersecurity experts. That would be an ideal world, but it's not the world that we live in. So we do have to generate awareness and have those warnings, you know, and not having answers being, I don't know, at least having an answer be 0, having people at least consider it and help them see how to go about it. And the other thing is that, for example, we have created cybercrime task units, and what they do is they provide us with statistics, which are very good when we have to define where we have to direct the policies towards. And so we can see the impacts of applications that are being used to create fraud instances, because we've seen reports on them. We can have figures and perspectives in order to later modify the environments of acting. So sometimes we have to, you know, not just stay in the environment of cybersecurity, but also join it with security by default and security by design, and create safe applications. And in the world we're living, nothing is going to be perfect, but you can also measure things with cybercrime units and try to make all of this be cohesive and invite other institutions, invite private companies, the education sector. And we were saying that these spaces are very important, and it's important not just to talk about this, but also to afterwards be able to generate alternative channels and meet people who I can write to if I have an issue. So trying to generate that ecosystem within those countries, within every country, and between countries. Thank you very much. Cesar? Well, I won't talk for too long. Well, that's always a lie. I try at least. So, several important points have been talked about. I really identify the main issues, but I think from the point of view of culture, that if we can include the culture of cybersecurity by design, that's the best thing. But now, who have CISOs in your organizations? Not juniors, okay? Who have CISOs in your organizations? So what's one of the main issues that we have? They can talk about frameworks for risk, but they can talk that language, they can interpret the technology part and the administration part. It's not the same, however, to have your CEO or the board say, we're going to have a project with AI and the data of the institution, blah, 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 very nice. Everything seems great, but who talked about risk management? Maybe the IT person. Maybe you're talking about encryption there, but if you have someone who talks the technical and managerial language, who can say, look, the impact that this can have in terms of reputation, if we don't have certain controls that minimize the risk, is this. If we can't speak that language or we don't have someone who can interpret it, do you think that there's any economical resources that you can inject there? It's going to be very difficult. This is one of the main issues that we have seen. We have tried, at least in our case, we try to be that CISO for them. Because oftentimes, it's very difficult to find one. It's very difficult to train one. And even more to have one economically, right? It costs money. And so we have that barrier of language interpretation. And I think that that's the part, the barrier between the technical part, the managerial part, and the budget. This is something that we have emphasized in order to interpret and in order to have that budget resource that is needed in IT. Because, well, I'm talking too much, right? Oftentimes we have these barriers, but there's no budget for security. Thank you. Thank you very much, Cesar. And to start finishing up, there's different topics that came up that are quite recurrent, like training capabilities, self-assessment, level of maturity, the thing of talking the same language, right? That's a difficulty, right? We have a panel of 3 engineers and a lawyer that are able to agree on something. That doesn't always happen. Sometimes we have very basic differences, but these topics that are common to all of us help to reflect on what needs to be done with the current problems. But when we have to say what we have to do regarding emerging technologies, it's not always easy. And how can we make this dynamic? How can the system of evaluation that is implemented in Panama or Costa Rica allow for the update of information to take care of emerging threats? Or if we have confirmed that these threats are not here yet, maybe we still have the traditional threats. And so how can this have a more dynamic response? And how do we adapt to this rapid change in the shape and speed of threats, thinking that we have to design all of this in a way that is by default or by design and incorporate cybersecurity in that way? So what do you think it's going to be like in the next months or years to be as dynamic as possible? Eugenia, and let's finish because we don't have much time left. Well, I think that is a challenge, but I think that in terms of cybersecurity, there is a concept which is continuous improvement, that is in all the standards. And I think that we need to cling to that, We have to review things, revise things. Regulations can't be static. They have to be adaptable, and they have to have dynamic mechanisms in order to regulate these new technologies. Technology is very fast and it changes all the time, and we have to be constantly adapting and updating things. And many of the incidents happen as well because we establish a protection, but cyber criminals find the mechanisms and ways to bypass that. If we are talking about passwords, what was the best practice before? To change it all the time, to have certain special characters or lowercase, uppercase, not having a word of the dictionary, not being the name of your dog. All of that doesn't work anymore because attack techniques are different now. They use other mechanisms. So if we don't adapt like the criminals are adapting, then we are left behind. And that concept of constant revision and constant improvement and updating what is going on, and I think is very important. And the other thing is that in terms of emerging technologies, again, going back to the same thing, in terms of AI, we need to have an expert on AI cybersecurity, or we need to have the people who are working on AI today have those concepts in mind, and when they're going to implement, already bring options and solutions, and for them to have analyzed the risks of implementations of AI. Maybe we can discuss it with an expert in case we have overlooked a detail, but I think that that needs to be there, right? Those who implement that have to have the capability to analyze those risks applied to that technology. Same thing that when we have authentication, for example, with face recognition, companies try to sell us or say, well, this is the new way, the new mechanism, but what are the risks associated to that? Nobody's saying that. So I think that that is something that can also help when new technologies come up. If we accompany them with those questions about what is this new project like, we go back to the same thing, right? It's new projects of digitalization. So what is this? What does this imply in terms of cybersecurity? Okay, thank you very much, Eugenia. Let's go back. Let's do the last survey in the morning. Who still have the rule of changing your password frequently in your organizations? Okay, so still that. You know, the person who designed that rule publicly apologized. Did you know that? Because a good rule, of course, implies a technique, but it's not, very good in terms of usability. If we force users to change passwords, what they do is they just add a new character or they write it down and they generate a new type of vulnerability, right? So that's older technology, and thank you for mentioning that as well. Cesar? No, Luis? So we talked about, of course, issues in the past that we need to solve, and there's new technologies coming, and when we need to adapt to them, we're talking, for example, about AI. It's true that there's countries that are already working on technologies like post-quantum encryption, and we need to know how this is going to impact us. It would be good in our region to have some sort of research center that could work on this sort of technology. We're talking about AI being focused in their development in 3 places, which is China, European Union, and US, and where is our region? We have to be there, because otherwise we're always going to be one step behind. We need to try to be on top of this issue. And I don't have the magic recipe, but we need to try to see how to be on board this type of initiatives. Thank you very much. Now, Cesar, you have 2 minutes. Yeah, I'm the only one who got a time limit, right? So we need to see that agile regulation is something essential. That's the condition that really makes actions reach a good point. And the second thing is being faster in the sense of adoption of technology. We talk about VPNs, but what happens when that is affected? We've seen opportunities in the part of public hiring of guiding them, right? in terms of frameworks, right? And saying, okay, this is the path that you should take. Because oftentimes we have solutions like EDRs, for example. Everybody has EDRs, okay, great. And they think that that is something that will work on its own. And no, I've seen a lot of impact in different brands, for example, because of course there's attacks at night, on weekends, holidays, because who is watching over that, you know? There's just continuity, nothing else. Now, is there someone overwatching, you know, those things? We are trying to have framework conventions for these things. And I think that it's also important in terms of public hiring in order to guide the institutions in the path to adopt new technologies and in the regulation, which I think is important to generate awareness in high management and in the political environment, because sometimes there's no regulation. We know that in the world of cybersecurity, complexity is the enemy of cybersecurity, and here we have to see how we can join those important stakeholders so that we have a resilient ecosystem and we can integrate the stakeholders and the auditors, those in charge of cybersecurity, those responsible for this, to adopt this sort of mentality or culture of cybersecurity. And that's where we have to make an impact in terms of politics. We know that where there's a lawyer, there's 5 opinions as well, and so I think that that's important too, to strike a balance. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have 1 minute for one question. Yes, this is because you told us to participate and not to remain silent, so this is a great opportunity. Thank you for the OAS. I left home very happy because I knew I was going to learn a lot. And now, since I've been hearing about everything, I feel like I am been living in Narnia. I need to leave my closet. I have no idea. What are you talking about? This is a different universe. But the good thing is that you really care about people. So when we talk about risk assessment and the reporting of incidents to people, this is where people do not learn because people speculate, and this is where those make the most of the situations. This could happen with a bank. If it happens to a bank, no, don't say anything because it's a bank. If it happens to television, no, don't say anything because this happened to a TV channel. No, we need to communicate this to people. So my question is, how can we, or how does OAS make sure that the reporting of these incidents, the reporting to the people, to the normal citizens is assertive, and that it raises possibilities of bad speculation? I know it is hard, but all countries here, Chile, Paraguay, and Argentina, we have had the higher amount of filtered data in our history in only 1 year. And cybersecurity is not only digitization, but this is also mechanic machines and digital machines. So by default, this is not only digitization. We also have hardware. Thank you so much. Mr. Hesser? Would you like to answer this? No, I just wanted to hand the microphone to another colleague. No, please make sure that you answer. Yeah, but if you want, I can hand the microphone to somebody else. What? You don't live in Narnia. This is a topic that has to do with the management of incidents on the hands of the people who are translating, the one that is translating what's going on to a crisis management topic. It is necessary to communicate in a direct, clear way what's going on. This is what we need to do. Many times we run into the mistake, we don't say anything, but this is also communicating. So you need to be sure that you're assertive, you communicate to your citizens, this is what happens, this is the incident, we need to activate certain protocols. But this is the key question. We have a crisis management plan, so you need to include that in your news because you cannot improvise in these cases. This is why the topic of incorporating processes, technologies, and people, key stakeholders, regulation as well, And this could go even further, Danielle, but it is important to incorporate all these processes to a crisis management portion, because this is multi-stakeholder. There are many stakeholders involved, not only who is communicating or broadcasting. You need to agree on a message that is going to be provided to the society, because many times if we keep it confidential, many people will then go out and say something with lack of information. So you need to be proactive. So you have to say, this is what's going on, this is the situation, we have a data filtration, and we will follow a certain management plan. You can say, go change your cars, go change your password. But again, going to the basis, we have a crisis management, we have a communication protocol, we have the skillful staff, we have identified them, and this is the root of this problem, to be able to provide assertive communication. Thank you so much. We are right on time. Thank you so much. It was a true pleasure to be here with you today and launch. Please, a big round of applause to the moderator as well. We're going to pause now for lunch. We will join 2:30 p.m. Lunch will be served at Dakota downstairs outside of the hotel. So Dakota restaurant. And we will be back 2:30, please. Make sure you make the most of your lunch as well for interactions with other colleagues. Thank you so much.
we're going to begin. Okay, so we are continuing with the activities of the Symposium on Cybersecurity of the OAS plus RISET 2025. We will now have half an hour to listen about from alert to action, the power of sharing in the responses to crisis. Javier Candao from CICTE from Spain is joining us here today. Okay, hello. Good afternoon. Thank you very much to the OAS for letting us share our experiences on cybersecurity and on how we have evolved in the response to crisis. Let's see if this works. Is it this one? Okay. So, first of all, I wanted to talk about certain things that happen in Spain. Our experience tells us that even if the organization is very mature, the issue of users who are unmotivated, let's say that way, is perhaps the issue that really makes the alarm sound. And I think that in Uruguay, I had this with the digital transformation, a country that is hyper-connected. This is the same case in Spain. So maybe we have a user somewhere, they're substituted there in the control network of the industry, in the cloud service, and then you end up having issues with the tax authority, with Social Security, and you start having data theft. And so we need to rethink this. Second consideration, before I begin, this is not balanced. It's like we have Real Madrid and Barcelona against a second division team. The players are very motivated. They're going after certain objectives, and we are very slow. We are having new things every 6 months, 8 months, and the staff is scarce. And so either we change this or we won't reach a good result. And in general, because we are few, we gather around service companies, like a cybersecurity company that is huge, right? And maybe they have a lot of customers and they're going to provide a lot of information, but they're going to provide the information that the company has because they don't usually share among them. If we're talking about technology providers, if it's a hardware or provider, it's the same thing. So the ability to divide the space is not as much. Having said this, I'm going to tell you a bit about how in the CCN since 2010 we started to build these networks of exchange in order to try to be as fast as the attackers. We're going to talk about the fast reaction teams, how we respond to the crisis, and other considerations as well. So the first thing that was mounted since 2010 was the early alert system. This is a probe before the internet exit of each body. And so afterwards, we started to develop certain systems for detection probes for the industry, for industrial. And right now, we have around 150. The first ones, of course, are more complicated because the bodies are saying, what are you going to do? With us, we are part of the intelligence system. Even more, they say, what is your aim? But this is the best way to talk with the affected body, right? To give alerts against incidents. And so the closer the relationship, the better it is. And so for us, this was a tool that was very interesting to start with. Where are we at now in 2025? I don't know if this is working. Yes. So we are at an integration of all our sources that you have over here. We group them per sector and by institution. And it's important for you to see that, for example, here in Madrid, there's like 954 bodies, and for each of the bodies, we have their security stance, the risk in real time, and the attacks that they have received. And this allows you to have a global perspective of the cybersecurity that we have in Spain, in particular in the public sector. I'm sort of struggling with the remote. There we go. So what have we seen in terms of incidents in 2024? Having that visibility, we managed 175,000 incidents, and 297 of them were critical. Here we have the incidents by month that we've managed, that received a bit more press because they came up in the media, there are some that were cybercrime, and cybercrime incidents are of course being an issue for us lately. Okay. Let's see. It's not working properly, but let's leave it as it is. That's fine. Let's see if it obeys me. So, for the exchange of these incidents, so out of those 170,000 incidents, we needed a tool that manages tickets automatically, and so that when an organization is working on a ticket, it's replicated automatically upstream. And so that tool, we've called it Lucia. It's based on Record Tracker Incident Response. And so it's a tool that we exchange and that we give to any Ibero-American government that is interested. And so first we have multi-identity. So one same tool, for example, administration software. We have, for example, the Security Center that is providing cybersecurity support for 176 entities. And so it has to manage the tickets of the 116 entities. And so this characteristic is essential. Then we have federation. We have, for example, the defense ministry, armed forces, and so there is a way to manage all the tickets for cyberspace. But then there's responses to incidents in the army and the navy, etc. And so all of those organizations have their incidents that are sent to us. This is also done through autonomous governments. And then the third characteristic is the notification to third parties, because in the end we need a platform that is a single point of entry, and that single point of entry, you get it in here. And if you have an agency for protection of data, you send them the data. If you have an agency of protection of critical infrastructure, you send them that. If you have a space agency, you send them the data. And so for the victims, it's not a torture to notify the incidents to 14 different bodies. And so in order to get that automatization, this approximation is fundamental. More things. Right now, 64% of the incidents that we are managing come from the community. What's going to be the rhythm? I think that when we get to 80-85%, we could consider that we are seeing all of the incidents that appear in the public sector in Spain. when you make the bodies, well, not make them, but invite them to provide the incident information, you have to give them some candy in return. For us, we provide as much intelligence as possible. We have a tool called Reges that has all of that cyber intelligence, and right now it has 511 organizations that are connected and 2,500 users. And we, for example, compile all of the sales of credentials that happen on the internet, and we make that available for each body. Of those 13.2 million credentials, the body gets what they want, the organizations get the information they want. They can also download for file word processing all of the blacklists that they want, and so they are collaborating by informing about incidents, but at the same time they're also getting the best intelligence possible. And so what information is in Reges? Anything you can buy, plus all of the intelligence known of these tools where you can buy super intelligence, and with that you can disseminate it, right? So since this is very expensive, a joint buying of different parts of the state is super interesting, and I encourage you to approach it this way. We are doing it with Rediris in Spain. And the next evolution stage is sort of forcing, between inverted commas, the private sector to share. We had the network that was detected in 2017 after the incident of WannaCry. But that was a network where people shared. We tried to force it in a network where they are sharing machines. What is the national network of SOCs? You have the big ministries, the agencies, social agents, the Ministry of Defense, Ministry of the Interior, the economic SOCs, the ones who help the municipalities, the health sector, and private ones. And so these 5 SOCs that are operated with the private sector, what do you achieve? That the private sector doesn't hinder sharing, that they don't put obstacles to sharing, because they're saying this is compulsory, and if not, the contract will not work. And so this is important. We have gone from 70 to 281. And we sort of already explained the functioning of it to give some more data for the SOC network if the remote wants to work. Can you skip? To motivate the private sector, there's 3 things that are done. There's 3 labels. You're either gold, silver, or expelled. Okay? So there are 74 gold, 32 silver, and 6 that, because they didn't share, have been expelled. But no, yeah, you here have a set of SOCs from the private sector, public sector, and service providers. Okay? So right now there's 300 events shared per day, which is quite a lot every month. So with this, I try to explain how we share this. Now, when crises arise, how does it work? We work with teams of fast reaction. The way for these teams to work depends on the incident. If we have an incident of an attack to a state, I will put some examples. Please don't take too many pictures of the examples, but I'm going to set an example of a ransomware. And I'm going to set an example in miscellaneous of a non-authorized access, an intrusion. The phases are more or less the same, so contention, detection, and research, mitigation, prevention, and external coordination, but you should know that these phases change according to the type of incident and according to the typology, right? In incidents that are attacks to the state, the external coordination is quite done, but there's no external notification. When we talk about external notification, we're also talking about external communication. Having said this, there's a series of guides. We're going to talk about the crisis management of this guide, which is our incident typology. We have to make everyone, when they notify an incident, notify it in the same way and with the same taxonomy. If we don't have that, we cannot build a tool behind that. And so incident notification is important. And then we have other approximations. I will leave the links there so that you can download them if you want to. In general, the teams, when they describe a site, they're going to send several reports: the report of how to manage the incident, if there's malware, the analysis of each type of malware, and other types of reports. And having said this, there we go. So the teams. In the Department of Cybersecurity, we have 3 teams for incident response with approximately 7 people. The distribution, organization distribution is the following. So there's a chief of the team, the documents, there is an analyst of cyber intelligence, a specialist in record analysis, a Windows specialist, and technicians. The intelligence analyst is someone who studied in university, and the other one is a technical level. And then, in general, there's also auditors. These are the 7, but depending on the situation, there could be specialists on the dark web or exchange of services, and in those cases, they are also added. So with 3 teams of 7, with a forensic reinforcement, and with the audits that we have over here, that is 6 people, we can cover the national saturation. It's hard to get to that level, but we have achieved a level of saturation. So when there is an incident, in that case, we ask for reinforcement to other parts of the state or to the private sector. The team doesn't have to be homogenic and to have worked together all the time.
For example, around some example. At the beginning of this example, this was an attack to our higher Institute of Scientific Research, what we call ICTFs. Basically, these are research centers, but these have a cascade impact on sometimes over 100 of other institutions that depend on this. So this is a very complex structure. There was an attack which was gradually mitigated towards the 23rd of August, but when we saw the ciphering in one of the institutions, we needed to deploy a team with 3 people belonging to CCN and 3 people belonging to other companies. And this has to be deployed in several cities. So as you can see, this does not respond to what you would see organically as other kinds of responses. However, if we look at the next slide, attack to the state. This was a Russian attack. This group is called Burlang. We have a 2-phase attack. Since the body initially attacked did not apply mitigation, we had to deploy. Let me see if I can go backwards. In 2010, if you go backwards one more, please. In 2010, we deployed almost 15 people, and in 2013, only 8 people. So the previous attack was much more dangerous. But the attacker, when it was expelled from the network, they say, okay, I don't have to do anything else on how this virus was deployed in the rest of the network. But we had everything already implemented around the network, so we were able to provide a quick answer to this incident. But this is very complex, and it is very difficult for somebody to give the right answer to this. And this happens because we need to handle other intelligent issues. The third case infiltration in one of the bodies. This is the case that we saw in the press. The attacker here entered by one of the municipal government websites. It reached another website where all the juries and all the courts load their information on the cases and sentences, and that goes into the data bank. So when there is a request for data, right, for a judicial procedure, everything has to be correctly stored. But in this case, this would really involve the data of a lot of citizens, as you can imagine. So we needed to change our work approach in order to provide a ransomware answer to these kinds of websites. So the body would notify this to us, but we're always pushing them to make sure that they file their claims, and the techniques for the attack change, as we all know, and they affect a lot of places. We have two judiciary bodies, and this is the first fragmentation. So two different bodies are chasing the same attacker. And imagine if you replicate this in several cities. This is important to highlight because the attacker is going to be damaged and is going to be chased in order to stop him or her. And at the end, we have a blackout incident, which is not an incident. In Spain, it went to zero the 28th of April. And we wanted to know whether this was a cyber attack. So this team was put together with the Ministry of Ecological Transition. There was another sub-team for operations and coordination. So we would coordinate this team, and we had 6 teams, 2 for the joint forces, and these teams were formed by 6 or 7 people, 2 cyber intelligence analysts, 2 technicians for the ops analysis, and 3 for industrial control. It is not easy to find a technician that is able to analyze these industrial control blocks. We will deploy for 15 weeks, and we have to travel around different cities. Why? Because the national power network has one that is in charge of the transportation, then 31 centers that are distributing this electricity, and also for solar panels, and then 3 systems of generations. We're talking about more than 400 megawatts. Under this generation was not considered unstable.
¿De acuerdo? Bueno, vamos a pasar. Pasa a la siguiente.
Next. Many of these incidents were crises. What do we do to consider an incident as a crisis? If the attacker is dangerous and the victim is a critical one for us, out of the 5 levels that we have, the incident would turn into a critical one. If you want to have this information, it is available in this standard. You can enter it in your searching engines or Google. You will be able to download this directive. So here you're able to determine when you need to move more people, and also how to distribute the responsibilities among the stakeholders involved. Next, please. Many times we talk about crises and incidents, and we are not aware of some of the impact until we have repeated instances. If I am the president of a company, maybe it is not a crisis for me, but for the municipality of Seville, which was attacked last week, and they received a huge ransomware for that municipal government, that was a crisis. But maybe for us, that we have a global vision. It is not a crisis, but for that municipal government, it was. When that incident is replicated in 3 bodies, then we're talking about a coordination model that involves the permanent commission. And when the incident is also replicated in other countries in the European Union, then you have to get in touch with the coordination of other EU bodies. So how do we assess this maturity to have a shield in place in Latin America? I think that maturity of exchange has to do with these 7 steps. First, exchange good practices, then in particular cyber incidents, then cyber threats. It is not the same to talk about IOC, indicators of commitment, and then you need to make sure that you have measures for cybersecurity, the demonstration of compliance, RRT, and then the cyber incident and actors that are critical. If we go backwards, one more there. We are assembling a platform with 7 countries that we were able to achieve these 3 levels. What are we doing right now in Spain? The OEA has invested a lot. They have 512 entities, 52 here. These are always a scarce number, so we were never able to reach the critical number. So its own rotation means that we are not able to increase the maturity level. So we need to go towards models of exchange because everything is very expensive, everything is important, and if we don't complement among countries, then it will be very difficult. And then we need to reinvent ourselves in Spain. With all the wars taking place around Europe, the plan that we were requesting was we were able to achieve this plan this year, 1,000 million euros. This is why I tell you that we need to reinvent yourself. We have never thought that we would be able to have this budget approved, and that at one point, after asking this for so many times, there is someone coming and saying, okay, this is what you have. Yes, we approve the budget. Yes, laugh, but this happens. I was chasing this for almost 7 years. And then we spend this in measures of active cyber defense. This has to do with the reorganization of our priorities. And I'm going to talk about the second one next. This has to do with chasing the threat, hunting the threat. When we talk about incidents, we're always working in a reactive way, right? We need to be proactive. I will destroy your servers of command and control, and it will be a priority to make sure that they go to jail. This is something that other countries do. In England, for example, they do this. They have the National Cyber Force, and if we don't come up with these kinds of measures, in China they are very, very well organized. Next. Things that we need to do. This is a service that we provide to other brother countries. Every 15 days we publish a report. Next. Where we include information about 50 highlighted stakeholders that we are following. We also talk about over 240 main activities and everything that has been notified. But this is what many countries need to also include because the national cybercrime is known by the country. So this is something that we need to share among countries. And then we also come up with solutions that enable us to see these kinds of mapping for this map of attacks. What do we do now for all the public bodies? This is what complements the cyber intelligence tool. We provide an active vulnerability assessment, and we let them know what an attacker would be able to see. So we let them know, these are your vulnerabilities, this is what an attacker would be able to see, and this is the indicators or the steps that you would need to protect. And as a conclusion, I am over time, so sorry, but I'm blaming the remote control. In the previous panel, you were talking about the digital transformation scenarios. There is no money, but that's not true. We have these 5 items that have to do with the cloud, the mobile network, the industrial network, the remote access, and the AI. If we're not covering these legs, we won't be able to talk about digital transformation. And last but not least, we need to know how to identify what we're trying to defend. This is an example of the NIST 2.0 initiative, where they show the critical sectors and the sectors that are considered highly critical. This was applied by the EU. Over 250 employees are in the gray box, between 50 and 250 in the important one, and everything that is in the orange box, this is important. And the EU, that what they have done, all the cybersecurity measures are published, and in the previous table, Panama and Uruguay were sharing that this is going to be, as they say, compulsory and with fines, with sanctions. So if you don't share and if you don't exchange, then again, if you want to become next level in your maturity level, you need to exchange information. And these are the list of activities that we carry out with the funding of many countries. Panama is not here, but we have a mentoring program there in December. Sorry, Panama, and thank you so much for your time.
¿Hay alguna pregunta?
Any questions?
No hay pregunta.
No questions.
Muchas gracias al señor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gandao. We are used here to say Candó, but it's Gandao. And now we will move on to the next panel, from the bank to blockchain. What is the future of cybersecurity for finance? We will now have the officer of the section of cybersecurity of the OAS, Mr. David Moreno. Thank you very much for your introduction. Sorry, Javier, that we can't open up the floor for questions. With the interesting things that you have to say, this would last forever. And I ask you to ask him a lot of questions during dinner. Don't let him have dinner. Just ask him questions with all the doubts that you might have. I'm delighted to be participating here after this presentation. We hope to really meet the expectations. The finance sector has really evolved in a super fast way. It's a sector that has definitely embraced digitalization with all of its virtues, right? The easy way to split bills now, right, in bars, but this also implies a lot of risks, and we're going to analyze in this panel the evolution of cybersecurity in the financial sector from the traditional banks to the emerging challenges of the fintech or blockchain ecosystems. Our experts will debate about trends, threats, and key regulations that are modeling the future of financial security in a world that is more and more digital and interconnected. For this, I would like to call to the stage Brian Hansen, Vice President and Regional Director of Security for the Americas of MasterCard, Manu Hurst, Certified Specialist in Prevention of Money Laundering from Lemon, and Rodrigo Tumalan, the President of the Uruguayan Chamber of FinTech. Please. I thank you. And if you could please sit under your pictures for those who have been a bit nervous, who haven't, are quite obsessive and were nervous about not having people under their photographs. Thank you very much, the three of you. I'm going to start with Manu. I have him here at my right. And I would like, apart from the introduction that I did of your positions, I would like to have a brief summary, a brief bio for each of you. I'll read that for you. So he is a compliance specialist in Lemon, a company of virtual assets. He is a specialist certified in money laundering and examiner in crypto as well. Rodrigo is the founder and current president of the Uruguayan Chamber of FinTech, a professional with a broad path in cybersecurity. And Brian is Vice President and Chief of Security of the Americas for MasterCard, specialized in cybersecurity, physical security, technological risks, management of third parties, and critical participation of partners. And to start, I would like perhaps to have each of you tell me a bit about the reason why you're here. I mean, I'm going to start asking Manu if you could share what a company of virtual assets is and why it is relevant, why your presence is relevant in this sort of meeting. Well, thank you very much for the invitation, everyone. In the beginning, I thought that they had invited me because my name was weird and it stood out. But then I thought about it a bit more, and I thought about some reasons why maybe I have some interesting things to share. And going specifically to what Lemon is and what a dual wallet is, I would start by telling you that Lemon is a company. It's a fintech company. It's also an exchange, as is popularly known, or a service provider for virtual services. It's quite long and a quite long and technical name, but basically we facilitate the integration of these two worlds that some years ago seemed like foreign worlds that couldn't have a dialogue, and there's more and more integration now of the fintech world and the crypto world, or the traditional finances and crypto world. So Lemon nowadays is basically that, a dual wallet that tries to bring the retail public to decentralized finances world. And going deeper into why I think that in Lemon we have some things to contribute. To start with, I would say that we need to really think about the complexity of what we have in front of us. And I think that precisely the integration I'm talking about is what we need to start building in all the frameworks of control in order to face these threats. When you think about several years ago, when we think about a huge crime hit, we would think about a bank robbery that had several stages, right? The vulneration of the facilities of the bank, to have the robbery, probably armed robbery, then escaping, and then doing a complex maneuvering in order to get the money back into the system, right? Laundering it and making use of it afterwards. These were very separate stages that occurred in separate worlds, and the discipline that was needed in order to prevent this sort of hit was maybe something that was not in dialogue, and that was okay. Maybe there were professionals who were more dedicated to the infrastructure security, right, of the physical space, than the professionals in charge of going after the criminals, and then the financial institutions that had to make sure that those funds didn't go into the financial system. But now the world has drastically changed, and we're seeing what I call from cash to click, right? So everything happens in the same ecosystem now. The cyber hits occur in a platform, the funds exit, whether it's crypto or whatever, they are laundered also in the digital world. And so what I want to convey with this is that oftentimes the different areas of control within the companies, we see ourselves, and in the organizations, I mean, I'm saying companies, but I mean, I'm from the private sector, but this transcends the private sector, of course. And we need to think about ourselves as areas that interact between each other and start to think about coordinated responses and try to find the synergies in order to provide responses that are more coordinated and sophisticated for more sophisticated attacks. Brian, if we think about MasterCard, we think about a company, about credit cards, but can you explain as a presentation what MasterCard is doing in the environment of cybersecurity, please? Yes, of course. First of all, thank you very much to the Uruguayan government for the opportunity to be here. Thank you for the OAS also for the opportunity, and thank you for being here in the audience with us. I can't tell you how many times people say, please help me with my MasterCard. My MasterCard was cloned, or pay me something. MasterCard is not just a credit card company. It's a company of technology and innovation. We don't issue credit for people, companies, and we don't issue the cards. This is done by financial institutions or our associates. But we are through those networks of payments. Many people don't know that it's MasterCard. For example, if you use Apple Pay, the technology of Apple Pay is of MasterCard. If you use Google Pay, that technology is MasterCard. They use their name, which is okay by us. And also, many companies, their payment system to receive payments from the clients is also MasterCard technology. Same thing with several governments around the world. They use our technology to make payments to citizenship, for example, for the people who receive money from the government because they have low income. Many of them also use this. So at MasterCard, we want to be good neighbors, and we want to help the ecosystem, the global ecosystem, because if the global ecosystem is safer, then this benefits us, of course, and this provides more trust in the financial system. There is now a series of cyber exercises being done worldwide which demonstrate this, and I'm going to give you 2 recent cases. Last week in Europe, we had an exercise which we called multi-sector or tri-sector. We had this in our Cyber Resilience Center in Europe, which is in Waterloo, Belgium. And we invited companies from different sectors, so from the energy sector, telephone companies, and also from the financial area, so that those teams of cyber security can know how to interact in a crisis, right? To make sure that they know each other and they know how to interact. So we had, for example, Santander Bank, Deutsche Bank, ING, BT Group, which is a company, a phone company from England, and also Proximus, which is a company from Belgium. And those SOCs from those companies and CEOs, they got together and they tried to see, okay, what happens if, for example, there is a blackout? If you can't connect to the internet, how are you going to work? If there's no payment system for employees or to receive payments for clients, how will you continue working? And another case that we have is called threat casting. I don't know how to say that in Spanish, but it's sort of like fishing, right? When you throw a hook into the water, you try to foresee threats 10 years into the future, and then we make a plan going back to nowadays to see how to establish certain guidelines and plans and certain doors so that when those 10 years have passed, we are ready. So those exercises have really been successful. We share them with all our associates, with governments, with legal entities, police authorities, and any company. And as I said, we're trying to be good neighbors worldwide in the financial ecosystem. Thank you very much, Brian. It's really impressive. It's true because we've had a relationship for several years. We knew about MasterCard in this sense, but it's true that it's a technology company. And I think that that's a success of at least a part of your business. And this is something that not many people can see sometimes. Rodrigo, how was the FinTech Chamber of Uruguay created? Who does it gather? What do you do? And what does it do? What purpose does it serve? Well, good afternoon. The Chamber of FinTech was created in 2016. I was one of the founders of it. 3 or 4 companies founded it. I think that's 6 tops. And at that point in Uruguay 2016, FinTech wasn't really a massive word at the time, but there were several companies that were working in the technology sector with a strong inclination towards the financial, but not typical or traditional financial. Many of the participants who at the time started to create the chamber saw the financial sector. We weren't a formal part of it, but we were users of that financial sector. And what we saw is that there were a lot of inefficiencies, a lot of commissions, calls to customer support that didn't solve anything. And so with that experience, that user experience, is that we created the FinTech Chamber. Lots of companies who found inefficiencies or deficiencies in the traditional financial sector, particularly with banking, and they found spaces to generate a value proposal and a business. And we saw that there were like 4 or 5 companies maximum. They were separate. They all did things that were encompassed within FinTech. And that's when we said, okay, let's get together and let's try to grow closer in terms of regulation as well. Many of the companies who were there at the time, especially with peer lending, had a component where it was compulsory to have a talk with a regulator, and in a different way from traditional technology development where you develop your software and sell it. In the FinTech sector, you have a regulation component that is mandatory. It's not so much what you do, but how you do it and what opinion the regulator has of what you are developing. So we understood that if we got together as companies, we could have maybe a more fluid dialogue with the regulators. And that was sort of the genesis of 2016. Now in 2024, we already had more than 60 partners, so from 6 to 60, and we have achieved a structure that makes us give benefits to the associates, but also something that we do, something that has to do with the cybersecurity profile, is starting to generate a system of gap analysis for all of the companies of the chamber so that we can identify opportunities for improvement for Uruguayan companies, for FinTech, in terms of cybersecurity. We understand that part of our job is to provide trust and guarantees for our users, and we understood that in the chamber we had something to offer.
When we talk about cybersecurity, we try to apply this term to everyone, and we try to translate the technical language into more friendly language, translating what the policymakers are trying to convey. But in your case, you're talking about how to have a dialogue with the governor. How was that dialogue? Can you explain that? Because I think that you have an anecdote that could be fruitful for everyone in the room. When we talk about language, this is one of the key points, right? Regardless of how good cybersecurity technician you are when it comes to talk about with a regulatory body. The regulator knows about regulations, and the conversation, the translation from what you would like to convey and what they will be able to understand may generate big gaps. In fact, the first CICTE example that we have for our chamber was very poor. Back in 2016, we had conversations with the regulator. We received visitors from different companies. And just to tell a long story short, when we were able to regulate this, after that, the 4 companies closed down their business. Why? Because the business model was not compatible. So there is something regarding language. There is something about how people and companies can quickly adapt to what are the risks and what are the mitigation risks that the regulator is considering. Because not all the regulators have technical knowledge to regulate the different companies. So language is key, is the basis of a conversation, and then there is an evolution process. As the governments change the administration, you start to see fintech is not a new word now for regulators, right? Now this has started to have more sense in the region and in Uruguay, of course. So yes, it is a long and hard process. Thank you, and I'm sorry that I asked this because I think that this is a good way to also share good practices. And we also need to share our problems because on the paper everything exists and it's very nicely drafted, but when it comes to what we have to overcome in our daily activities, it's very fruitful to share this. How can the financial infrastructures can protect things that are so important like payment systems? I think that the technical part has been very well covered in the different responses. So maybe if I can concentrate on the other question, I would say that cybersecurity is still seen as a silo thing. And in fact, what we need to think are comprehensive models, integrating broader programs. So first, you need to map the risk for the critical infrastructures. What is the control environment that you have today? So if the residual risk, depending on the appetite for risk, well, I need to then address more resources or allocate more resources. So there is like a top-down effect. And you need to work in the organizational structure, not only for regulators, but also from our senior management that are always, yes, focusing on compliance, but they see it as a cost instead of an opportunity. So after conducting this mapping, we need to translate these into clear policies that can then be translated and go beyond what's said on paper. So we need to create a compliance culture because yes, you may have resilient structures, but the lowest step here is people, right? Are people, human beings. So regardless of the excellent system you may have, you receive an email where you suppose that you're receiving something, and maybe it is a scam to transfer, I don't know, 500 million to a Hong Kong account. And I used to work in a legal firm, so I can tell you that we received a lot of scams. So you need to train your staff. And you need to train staff also in your organization and also train those who have access to this information. I would also like to focus on we not only need to generate a culture, but we need to make sure that we avoid having infiltration from the criminal networks. There is a case that is published in Google. Camnan published some months ago a case in where they have an attempt of infiltration of a person from North Korea. So they would target us, they would study us, and they try to start to infiltrate our systems. So this is one of the problems. The risk of infiltration, we need to really work in this sense. with whom we work and with whom we associate, and also the risk of capturing this information when we have institutions where we see higher levels of criminal activities. And this is not only something that affects the public sector. We are seeing more and more cases of bribery. And in Argentina, this has happened many times, and we need to take care of this. So we need to also have solid framework, regulatory framework. So I know what it is to work as an auditor because I have been an auditor myself for many years, and it is important to get together with cybersecurity regulators so they know what we're talking about. Yes. And what you said before about the importance of sharing the experiences and not to leave everything set on paper, how do you foresee changes for this culture in both directions? Because I know that you're very aware of this, but maybe presidents of companies, they don't share the same language. So it is important, as you say, the human factor is key, because maybe this more administrative staff, they don't see security as an issue. So I assume that in these cases, you also make sure that you cascade this safety culture towards the rest of the staff. Yes, it is easier for us to learn their language than for them to learn our language, because we're used to learning things in a fastest way. That's true. So first of all, we need to make sure that we understand the business model in which we are involving our activities. It depends on each kind of institution, but first we need to understand the private sector, the industry, and the products we're working with, because many times in the different control areas, we come with a very nice theory, but we don't understand the industry or the products that we are trying to apply controls for. So we need to make sure that we get together with executive members, with the owners of this business, but we need to understand their language, their goals, so we can then translate this into a complex design. So we need to win their trust as well. Because when it comes to prevention and prevention of fraud, this has to be seen as an ally to facilitate your activities and your business. It is not a matter of saying you cannot do this or this is forbidden. The idea is to get close to the institution and to learn about their activities. I think this is a good technique, right? To present alternatives and present a culture that at the end of the day will be fruitful for these institutions. Brian, what is your opinion on the evolution of cybersecurity in the finance sector over the last years? The idea for this panel is to share about the things that the financial sector is doing, because you are really the state of the art when it comes to making progress. You're ahead of the rest. What you're doing, the things that you're generating, the things that are working for you, which can be adapted to other sectors. Yes, thank you for your question. I think that when it comes to cybersecurity, we have seen a very big progress, huge progress. And I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate the women in the room, because we see the diversification that we have. This is very positive in comparison to what we would see in the room 5 or 10 years ago. So that's great to see so many women participating in this industry. Apart from the human factor and the technology that has changed a lot, I see cybersecurity as a mirror. We can have the best technology, but our adversaries also have this technology, and they don't operate with under the same rules as we do. They don't recognize boundaries. Depending on the company or the sector where we operate, we are regulated. and we need to comply with certain regulations. Apart from this, there are companies here in Latin America that also have branches in Europe, and they need to comply with a new regulation that has to do with the operational digitization resilience for companies, which operate also in Europe, which is full of restrictions. And I can tell you because I operate there. Even though our headquarters is not in Europe, we need to comply with several of these restrictions, these regulations. So this is also another challenge. We also need to take into account the evolution of cybersecurity, the ways in which the criminal groups attack institutions has changed a lot. From phishing, which is now considered something basic, now it's multi-vectoral. It comes from different places at the same time. As an example, the recent one that happened to one of our clients in Latin America, where there was a huge campaign of phishing against the clients of our client. And these end consumers were receiving text for a phishing text, which where they will receive points with MasterCard, and those points were going to expire very soon, right? So they need to quickly click on that link or button in order to be able to renew this expiration. And unfortunately, since this is something that is critical, or many people are interested in renewing their points, not losing that, whenever they would enter the credentials for the bank accounts, these clients also receive similar text saying, okay, now your information have been hacked. Or other clients will receive an email saying you have received a prize for MasterCard because you have been a very loyal client. So also the staff of these credit card companies were also fooled. So we need to quickly respond to these attacks because the bad actors knew already who were the consumers, who were the clients, what was the information required to then be able to get into these companies, to breach into these companies. So it is not necessarily to attack David's Bank, for example, that can go to your third parties or associated companies for which your company works, and then obtain the information or the way in order to breach into your network. That has been a huge risk for many companies and especially for SMEs, because there are many third parties or suppliers of services that are SMEs. So for them to be able to, if they lose this business, it will be very expensive for them to go into the market again.
Super interesting. And a question, MasterCard is obviously an international company that has presence around the world. Do you have different issues depending on the region, or is the pattern more or less the same for issues around the regions? I suppose that it also depends on the development of the countries, how evolved they are. Maybe this changes, but we center the conversation a lot on the analysis of the Americas, but I don't know if it's the same internationally or if it's different. Well, for us, what we see oftentimes is that criminals are a bit lazy. When something works in a region, somewhere in the world, for example, the campaign that I just described for you, they will do the same thing in other countries, in other regions. We also see that oftentimes the information, there's a lot of public information about companies, too much maybe, and we've seen cases where criminal groups, they check LinkedIn and they see, okay, who works with David, what technology they use. If you put on LinkedIn that you are looking for people with certain capabilities and know how to use certain technologies and software, that also shows criminals what you're using in order to defend your companies. And so they use that information somewhere in the world, and if it works well, they'll take that elsewhere. Because, for example, this bottle of water, I can sell it to you once, but the information that it contains, I can sell it to everyone here. And with just selling part of that water, part of that information, I'm winning. And it doesn't have to be a huge thing or super technological or expensive thing. It can be something that's cheap, but I can sell it hundreds of millions of times, right? That information. And that's what we see, that organized crime want information. For example, talking again about the evolution of cybersecurity, there's now a lot of use of services. Like, for example, maybe I'm a hacker and I know how to access a company, and so I sell that service. But maybe that person, having the way to enter the company, sells the service of finding the way to move laterally in the company. Or maybe they sell social engineering services or another type of ransomware service. And so those combinations and tactics, some are very common, and some, again, going to the lazy part, they use them many times. Yes, cyber criminals also, I suppose, have synergies among them, and so if they see that they can join forces to create more damage, I suppose that they do that as well. Yes, that's true. They have their own forums where they share experiences, where they share, for example, they have human resources, right? They have payments. They have, like, for example, you talked about Kraken, right? And they know the crypto exchanges and what are the ones that are not regulated? What are the ones that, for example, if MasterCard calls, that they're not going to be covered, Interpol, right? They know. And so they're exchanging that information too and finding the way to not be arrested, not be captured. Rodrigo, my next question goes back to regulations, but now about global regulations. What role do they play in the financial digital system, and how can financial institutions guarantee the effective compliance of these regulations? Well, I understand regulations as laws, right? I mean, global laws in terms of cybersecurity, we don't have that, but we do have committees and institutions, like, for example, the Basilia Committee or the Board of Financial Stability, that define principles about the management of cybersecurity. Those principles then cascade to big economic blocks. The most notorious case is, of course, the European Union, where they take those principles and, based on that, generate regulations. And what happens to us as Latin Americans is that we see the regulations from the European Union oftentimes, and what we do somehow in the Caribbean countries, they call it tropicalization. Here in the South, we don't call it that way, but we sort of incorporate or take as reference the regulations to later implement them in each of the countries. And I would say that that is sort of that cascading globally of regulations based on these committees and institutions. Then how we make sure that people comply with them, I think that there has to be a distinction between compliance and real cybersecurity compliance. And I think that probably many people will agree with me. One thing is compliance with the checkboxes, right? And saying, okay, I comply with this. And the other thing is complying effectively with cybersecurity. How to achieve massification. This is, I'll tell you about my experience. My background is cybersecurity. I am CEO of a company, and since the start of the company, many of the decisions that we made in very initial stages had a cybersecurity approach. And so that approach, that focus wasn't compliance, but rather strategic cybersecurity. So how cybersecurity becomes a strategic component when selling a service or a product is how we approached it. And so how do we achieve this as professionals, right? achieve a dynamic of cybersecurity that is real, I think is a call to all cybersecurity professionals to aim a bit higher, take a step further. It's great to be the best CISO of the company, but let's try to be part of something bigger. Let's try to broaden our perspective, not just those from cybersecurity, and also have a vision of the business, of operations, that makes them be able to reach decision-making positions that impact the company, and to turn cybersecurity into effective cybersecurity, not just compliance, that enable the company to really take a next step. And I think that this is a challenge for us as professionals to really do that. Thank you very much, Rodrigo. We are already going over time. We had some more questions, but I won't ask them. But I want to really have a last reflection. The rest of the topics that I had prepared have to do with new technologies, the future, new challenges. And so very quickly, 1 minute each, if you could summarize what are the challenges for the future in the evolution of the protection of the financial system from each of your perspectives. 1 or 2 minutes, thank you, to finish with the panel. Maybe we can start with Manu. I think that the biggest challenge is precisely to continue building both the cybersecurity areas and the other areas of control within the organization, and see them as bridges, right? To be facilitators and to bring this awareness. We need to make innovation go hand in hand with the rest, and it should be a double-lane highway, right? People need to train themselves in cybersecurity, and they should have more relevance in the companies and be in positions in the boards, in the directorates, and make sure, therefore, that standards are being complied with and that they are protecting the financial system in this case. Thank you very much, Brian. I would say that a very big threat that we are facing nowadays, but it's going to be bigger soon, is the automatization of payments for the use of agent AI. Many companies are running with this without really knowing how to use AI to install and implement and use it, and just say that they're using it without really having any controls or regulations. There's almost no regulations anywhere in the world on AI. And that nowadays is a huge risk, right? The information that employees can release from the company, that they can leak, maybe even not, on purpose, but because of using ChatGPT or others without having authorization or without having security controls, that's a huge risk. And as human beings, as consumers, all of us probably here at some point in their lives have had to pay for something with a payment system, right? But the ability to see something and without having to take money from your wallet, buying it and get it at home, or buying a plane ticket, that can also be dangerous, because information, financial information of the companies and personal information of people is what's worth the most, as I said before. And that's something that mischievous people might also try to exploit. I'm going to tell an anecdote, a recent anecdote. I'm going to try to make it as brief as possible. My colleagues were chosen as technological pioneers in the World Economic Forum. We were invited to a meeting in Munich, Germany, and there were several European companies there debating about the future. There was an arm of OpenAI, and so the future of Europe in terms of development of technology in general. It wasn't specifically about cybersecurity, but the conversation about defense and cybersecurity came up, and in the previous panel it was mentioned also that budgets were finally enabled, And this conversation also happened in Munich, where they said that after Trump and uh, leaving NATO and Europe feeling sort of with a need to invest in more technology and cybersecurity, there were investors, not so much institutions, but rather startup investors who said that they had thought about whether investing in defense or not, because many times we associate defense only with war, and they were saying that at some point they changed their perspective and they understood that investing in defense and cybersecurity was investing in sovereignty for the countries. And this is something that I really stay thinking about, because there is a cascade effect in these dynamics. The more you invest in defense and cybersecurity, the more companies can develop technology in the countries, and the more startups and companies that develop cybersecurity in the different regions of the world, the more we will stop talking about compliance, and the more we will grow closer to companies that are closer, that have better prices, better technology, that impact the daily lives of people. And so I think that the next step at the global level, I think, is happening. So it's investing in defense and cybersecurity. In the region of the Americas, we fortunately don't have a lot of worries in terms of wars, but I think that that's a big takeaway from that conference, that if governments have the interest of going deeper into this and generating more funds for defense, this is also going to go into the private sector and cybersecurity, and therefore it's going to permeate cybersecurity in our daily lives. And the government shouldn't worry, because if they need more funds to invest, they just really have to wish for it really, really hard. And in 8 years, they will have 1,000 million euros. Thank you very much, everyone, for the panel.
Gracias.
Thank you, David. Thank you to the panelists. We're going to have a break from streaming, and we'll be back in a little while.
todos nuevamente. Bienvenidos a quienes nos están siguiendo.
Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for those who are joining us from the YouTube streaming. And now the next panel is going beyond the management of incidents. We will have as a moderator Ilan Franco, the officer of cybersecurity, that is going to be moderating this panel. Thank you.
Bueno, buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the presentation. The idea for this panel, I was listening closely to the previous panels, and this goes in line with the previous presentations. The idea is to put into simple terms what we do every day with a group of panelists that we will have next, that we would like to present to all of you. We would like to tell you what we do, just to give you a context. Javier already mentioned what we do. They were talking about the South American network, CIFE, and this is where I work every day when it comes to the technical part. So we have a network that today includes 22 countries with 52 teams. These are centers of response for incidents or safety incidents. And this CIRT is formed by over 500 professionals. So this is the network that we have today. For those who are not aware of these kinds of groups of response for incidents, this is like firemen, the fire department who is always available and willing to react, help, and respond, and to manage incidents, right? To handle these issues. So to share what we do, when I talk as a technician, we talk about house, stick, tree, and nobody understands. So I will try to be less figurative and talk about concepts. So everyone in the room that are not maybe technical, from the technical field, can take home the idea of what is this information that we're sharing with you, or what my colleagues do with the information that they receive. To do so, we gather a sample. We have the representation of 4 of these response centers. They are from different nationalities. We have Victor Hugo Sanchez Huerta. He's the director of the cyber response, the CERT MX Mexico, from the National Guard from Mexico. From Trinidad and Tobago, we have Anish Bashu. He is the head of the TT CIRT in Trinidad and Tobago. Daniel Mayer, who is the coordinator of the CIRT from the Presidency of Brazil. And to complete our panel, we have a local representative. He's the manager of the SOC of CERT UI, Nicolas Correo. I'm going to join you. So I have to sit here, right? So we follow our pictures, the order of our pictures. So just to give you an introduction of what we do in our Latin America and the Caribbean network. They are part of this network. And what we do is that we have a contract or an agreement with several contractors or companies which provide information to us, other companies from which we buy this information or acquire this information. We classify it. We give to this an added value, like extra data, and this is then pushed into the different teams. So within this context, the way that we operate is I would like to ask to all of you, or maybe one of you, if you'd like to take the floor, if you can explain to the audience what it means to feed the information that you receive. What do we mean when we talk about information? Are we talking about viruses, hackers, spam? What is behind all this? And what is the damage that this information can potentially cause when we translate this into an organization or application or an attacker? Can you hear me? I come in representation of the National Guard in Mexico. I am the owner of the Cyber Center of Cyber Attack and Response Center. And what we do as CICTE America is the services that they provide to us. Basically, what we do under this cooperation with the CICTE of the OAS is we receive information regarding threats that are distributed throughout the platform that we have for the Americas, which has a repository or a central of these heaps of cyber threats, which are related to institutions or organizations, either public or private, in Mexico. What do we do with these feeds of threats? We study them, analyze them, we classify them, we give them a priority level or a severity level if they were to explode by these cyber attackers, and we deliver them to the institutions that could be eventually damaged because of these attacks. We provide them some bulletins and cybersecurity reports for them to know and for them to use them in order to know what to block or how to stay vigilant to different areas of their businesses. So through this service of CICTE America and all the services that we have, we are realizing what are the potential damages taking place in the network that could affect the network, the equipment, and our terminals. We share this data so institutions can prevent or protect themselves. So this is broadly what we do with this collaboration. First of all, I would like to thank the invitation for participating today for Agesic and the OAS. It's been a pleasure to participate so far. In Brazil, what we do is also we make a very good use of the feeds that we receive from these networks, so we can alert different kinds of threats, credentials that can be filtered, or other potential threats. And this is important because we have a very positive feedback from our clients, and we distribute this information to over 300 bodies in Brazil, and the feedback that we receive from them is that this is very good because this is key information, very relevant to their operation. So it is very good for them to be able to be part of this network in Latin America. What do you mean by constituencies? This is in Brazil, when we talk about constituenza, we are a national entity for the coordination of the government agencies. So everything that has to do with the organizations or agencies that belong to the government, the judicial power, or different ministries, we also provide to them these kinds of notifications for these government bodies. So these are .gov for government or .br websites, and we notify them.
This is going to be a very difficult brain exercise for me. I'm listening in Spanish, talking in English, so we're going to have a good time. So bear with me. What we're talking about really with the feeds, right, is and turning that information into something for our constituents is value creation, right? Creating value based on the technical information that we get, getting it to the persons who need it, right? as well as not just getting that raw information to them, but adding the context of it, of what they need to be doing, what they should be doing, what do we recommend that they should implement as a result, right? So a major part of this threat intelligence and this feeds program, what that has allowed us to do is build a lot of confidence amongst our constituents. Because now they're seeing, oh, hey, this national CICTE, they actually know what they're doing. You know, they're providing us with real information that we could implement and real advice that we could implement. So again, when we talk about feeds, as technical as it might be, and as technical as it might look, what we're doing at the end of the day is creating value for our constituents and the government and the people that we protect and we serve.
Bien, y un poco complementando también lo que mis colegas estaban comentando respecto a los feeds y a la importancia de contar con esa información.
It is very important to sort of land the concept. Feeds are basically information that someone, either an organization, in the case of CICTE Americas, or a private supplier or provider, or a company that is fully dedicated to this, is to gather information, correlate it, make sure that it has or makes sense, that can be useful, and then that can be actionable. What do I mean? That with information in my systems, I can then follow up and take actions. Maybe I need to conduct research, I need to report, maybe a constituency, or take a specific automatic action like the definition of a certain kind of blockage or other kinds of actions. This is why it's so important to talk about this work, which we have been improving over the last years, on how to improve and clear the feeds that we receive. Make sure that this is clear data, so at the end of the day it's trustworthy and it generates an automatization for our recipients. In the case of CICTE UOI, we have been able to automatize these systems for over a year now to have automatic reports. So we receive the information, it is validated, we know that this is information that can be useful, and that it corresponds to those bodies to which we're going to send them, and then we create these automatic reports. This enables us to create in a quick way when we detect any kind of irregularities or systems that could be eventually hacked, or maybe malicious URLs or hacking of files that are circulating in emails for phishing, or other kinds of information that are related to these kinds of threats. And this information, as we said, it is fundamental to, yes, collect it, but also to cure it, right? We need to make sure that what we are providing in turn makes sense and it's valuable.
I'm going to mark that symbol there. You said a file, hash file, and what does that mean? Well, we get an email that has an attached file, and with a technique you can get a code, to say it simply, which represents unequivocally that file, the moment where it was tested, and that lets me compare that same file in the future with the same technique, and you have to have the same reference code. So unequivocally, it's going to be referencing the same file. This is extremely useful for emails that have attachments, to check if an attachment might be dangerous, and so you can do that check, and if you have the same result, you can see that it's a file that has an ulterior motive, and so you can act accordingly. Perfect. You explained it very clearly. So you mentioned one of the ways. Maybe you'll say, okay, how can you translate this into protection for citizens? How do you, with that, end up reaching the end user, the organization? How do you do that? You mentioned one way. So blocking in the anti-spam system files that can be detected with a hash because they are considered to be malicious. Can you give another example? Yes. Well, in CICTE, in our experience, I should say that the services that we provide are aimed towards institutions, public or private institutions that have infrastructure that is critical or basic, and the actions that you've described of how these feeds are used for threats are translated into benefits for the users of the citizens, because companies that have personal information, private information of citizens, when using these feeds are, yes, these threat feeds have the possibility of using them if they have these tools that allow to automatize their job. They use it to block these malicious URLs or attachments, as was already explained through the hash function. When you receive a file with malicious code, and this, as a consequence, keeps systems healthy, so to speak, and information is protected.
Not too sure what I'm going to add, but one of the things that we tend to capitalize on the feeds as well is vulnerability information that comes through as part of those feeds, right? Where it identifies vulnerable systems, whatever it might be, across the government, across critical infrastructure. And I mean, there is, to give an example, there's a brand, I wouldn't say the brand, they're a sponsor. So I wouldn't say the name of the brand, but you know, from time to time, critical vulnerabilities do come out with this particular appliance. And you know, overnight, because they're a major, they control our market share in Trinidad and Tobago in terms of what they do. Overnight, you have 80% of the government becoming vulnerable, right? And we use these CTI feeds telling us exactly, well, all right, well, who do we need to alert today? Right? Who do we need to knock on their door or give them a phone call? People never want to see my phone, my number in their phone, ever, right? I'm like the Grim Reaper, apparently, in the government. I don't know why, right? But yes, so again, it helps that with that vulnerability information, and you know, kind of gives us that ability to react before anybody has a chance to take advantage of it.
Do you want to complete that information? In Brazil, for example, we've received a credential that have been exploited, and we've informed the corresponding bodies, but days afterwards, some weeks afterwards, these same credentials were found in phishing cases, and so the people who received the information didn't take the corresponding measures, and it was already in the hands of criminals to make phishing attempts and other more dangerous attacks. Okay. So you already talked about this, but there's some specific examples maybe that you can talk about where there's been prevention of an attack. I'll take the floor again, and like Anish was saying, yes, a very well-known brand that also is vulnerable often. We've received reports of this, and again, these reports allow us to automatize that feed and to detect things automatically, make the corresponding alerts, and wake up whoever needs to be woken up at whatever time is necessary in order to avoid the systems being compromised. The feeds that we receive often also receive versions of software, and in particular, if there is a version of software that is being affected and is being exploited due to a known vulnerability, this is the typical case where you need to pick up the phone, whatever time it is, and wake up whoever you need to wake up so that they can get to work and be able to solve those vulnerabilities before it's too late. And in that typical case, how much time and effort, headaches and money generate that you can contact the person with that issue and not maybe contact this other one or not have their information? Well, the time, of course, is a key factor, but it's a matter of hours, basically. When you automatize the processing of the feeds, what we do is we earn, time, and you can respond quicker when those things happen. And sometimes it's minutes, between receiving the feed and processing. And maybe since one of the analysts has an alert on their screen, maybe it's just a few minutes that go by, and that time is fundamental. If we don't have information and we depend on someone tweeting it or it being picked up by the media, information about certain vulnerabilities being exploited, then you have to find the software versions. Sometimes there's no database of the software versions or an inventory that is updated in all the organizations, and so oftentimes you don't know the versions of the software that might be affected, and that's time that adds up to the response of that incident. And so it's permanent work, right, to be able to automatize the response to these situations. And that information allows us to earn more time and to be more at ease.
Right. So similar to what Daniel was talking about in terms of like the passwords and leaks of passwords on the dark web or wherever that might be, and utilizing the feed information to rectify that, right? It's been a discussion, we all know it, we're all professionals in the room, where a lot of these attacks originate from compromised credentials, right? So the faster, when something gets dropped on the dark web, the faster that we could react to that, the better we're able to close that gap, right? We've had incidents in Trinidad and Tobago where major government entities, the username and password for the VPN was sold on Telegram days before, right? So we've expanded our monitoring mechanism, our feed intake to include information from dark web groups and forums and Telegram channels and that sort of like. So when it comes in, and most importantly, it's automated now. So when it comes in, it hits our system, we're able to alert the government agency, the government entity very, very quickly, right, to close that gap from the get-go. I will give the statistic for 2025 so far. In terms of compromised government credentials for Trinidad and Tobago, we have handled 36,000, right? We're a small country, eh? We're only 1.4 million people, we're tiny. But 36,000 government credentials just for this year so far as a part of that monitoring mechanism and alerting people very quickly.
Bueno, nuevamente tomo la...
Okay, so again, I want to mention something or clarify. In Mexico, even though we have the National Response Center for Cybernetic Incidents, it's not our duty to respond to these, but rather it's the institutions themselves through their spokespeople who have to in principle accept or indicate whether they suffered an attack and to make the official communications in this sense. I can't talk about specific cases because I would have to say the names of institutions, but we've had cases of success where we have detected some sort of traffic that was irregular or rare. We reported this and institutions corrected this, identified it, and took the necessary measures in order to counteract any sort of attack. In the actions that we take and where we participate in since the beginning, like monitoring the sites that are related to elections, for example, we have had good results thanks to all of these actions where we used all of this information that we received from different places. Let's move on to the next question. Well, I wanted to say that the job of security is based on trust, basically, the trust in the other bodies. And so that information, it needs to be analyzed, and you have to find evidence there to make notifications, because if not, you're going to send a lot of false information. You have to do quality work in order to do a good job with notifications. And in that way, people will trust you more, right? Trust is also very important. And in the Americas, there is a high index of truthfulness in these. Well, that's very good to hear, because there's a lot of work behind that. I have several other questions associated to this. For example, like what Javier mentioned, having to have a tender in order to buy feeds. I understand that, well, it's a similar case with us, but for you, it's sort of a very good solution. Beyond trust, like you mentioned, I think that the path that we're treading, based on what you mentioned and what we generally receive as information from other teams, is that we are on the right path, and at least we contribute, right? I don't know if it's right, but we contribute. And to finish with a panel, because we only have a few minutes left, I wanted you to tell us, you're, of course, going to have or have had many different types of issues. Nico has quite a few years left. Victor is going to have the FIFA World Cup, right? And that's going to be a very big event. And in 2030, it would come over here. And we also have in Brazil experience with big events, and there's also a sport that we don't really practice here, but that already also had a World Cup with cricket, right? And you also had to see how to adapt, how to work with that. So maybe you can tell us a bit about those experiences to finish with the panel. Well, here, I don't know if any of those who already had that experience wants to start, and then I can talk about what we're going to do with Mexico for the World Cup 2026. Well, in Brazil last year, we had a big event, which was a G20. The cup was in Rio de Janeiro, but there were other 10 cities involved because there were meetings of the ministries. And apart from the venues of the event, we also had a critical infrastructure that supported essential services in the cities. And so we went to each of those cities. We got together with the representatives of the critical infrastructure of telecommunications, energy, water, transportation, civil aviation, fuels, and we raised awareness, right? There was a campaign called Ascendente Defesas. For critical infrastructures to strengthen their cybersecurity defenses. So it was work that was done prior to the big event, and then monitoring and notifications regarding these activities. And in the government, we worked a lot with regulatory agencies of each of the critical sectors: telecommunications, civil aviation, energy. And so this work was a government work together with the agencies and critical infrastructures. And so you also have to be careful with this when you have a big event where you're going to have representatives from around the world in your country.
Yeah? All right, we have a few. Great. Right, so last year, the Caribbean, some countries in the Caribbean hosted the Cricket World Cup. And as part of that, in the modern world, the cyber threat was something that we had to be prepared for. So that it wasn't a TTC CIRT effort alone. It wasn't a Trinidad and Tobago effort alone. All the different Caribbean islands that had games in it, because the ones on multiple islands, had roles to play. In islands where there wasn't a national CIRT, we used the police service, right? And everything was coordinated through the CARICOM central body, which is CARICOM Impacts, right? And what that involved: planning, monitoring, coordination. Planning, monitoring, coordination, not just with the CIRT and the police, the governing body, the people in charge of tickets, the stadium operators, the security at the stadium, the broadcasters, right? The internet service providers providing internet to the stadiums, right? Because it was a big and complicated operation, right? Throwing these big events are not easy things. And for us, what we basically had to do was, for the first time, at least for us in the Caribbean, was learn how to do that coordination for a real-life major sporting event, right? And that involved now us having to give up some of our usual responsibility and say, all right, well, first level of response is going to sit with the police. The police is at the stadium, right? We have technical police officers at the stadium that are going to handle it there. The CIRT is going to monitor from a central point, and we have a mechanism to deliver that information where it needs to go. The interesting part about it is that, yes, there were multiple groups, security groups from the different islands doing their own island, but what the request of us was to expand our monitoring and cover all, right? So again, through that coordinating effort, through CARICOM Impacts, getting the information that we see over to the other islands, again, very quickly, to ensure that the other islands could take that protective action, right? A very, very interesting one and was stadium lighting. Stadium lighting is controlled by a computer system, right? And there was an issue where we saw one of the stadium lighting systems exposed onto the internet, no password on the panel. This was part of our proactive work, right? And again, recognizing it by us, getting it across not just the national CIRT, but then to the operator of the stadium within 2 hours, and getting it taken offline, right? That's how, and again, you get to that point through training and through coordination and that sort of stuff, but I mean, it's going to be difficult, right? But we're here to support you, I can tell you that, right? I would love to come to Mexico, particularly for the World Cup, right? But yeah, it's something that requires a lot of thinking because it involves moving parts that we typically do not intersect with.
No, por nuestro lado, 2030 todavía queda un poco lejos, aunque no tanto. Pero
on our behalf, we really need to learn from the lessons learned from other countries when it comes to coordination and how to quickly act in these kinds of events that we're not used to have, in particular in our country, which is a small country. And it is fundamental to count with the support, the network support from the rest of the countries who share with us similar concerns and similar issues. And also, our cultures may be different, but we share the same kinds of experiences like Mexico and Brazil, and to work in a coordinated manner with all the participant countries, Argentina, Paraguay, and Spain, and Portugal, in order to be ready as we can, so the event can be the best possible event. Okay, now it's my turn. I try to be as brief as possible because this is a huge infrastructure. There are several actions that are being taken in order to have a nice FIFA World Cup. So I would like to comment that in order to give the right response to the citizen safety and security, because of the President's instruction, we have created over 20 technical groups for security, among which the technical group number 14, that is called Cybersecurity for the FIFA Cup 2026. That's where the National Guard is participating in terms of protecting the essential and critical information structure and the protection for the digital data of our citizens. Within this group, the G14, among the institutions that participate, we formulated a protocol for safety for this soccer cup, where in particular to our National Guard, we have been assigned the role to monitor the network, to identify incidents, and to investigate any issues that may happen. This is not an easy task if you take into account that in the Qatar event there were thousands and thousands of cyber attacks. So this is a huge task in order to smooth the surface for these events. The National Guard has created the PEAT operational plan, which is very important, that was already commented on. We have the PEAT plan program. This comes from the Mayan word that is representative of the old Mayan soccer game, which follows a different protocol for safety of other kinds of sports and competitions. And we are organizing and conducting exercises for cybersecurity, tabletop exercises, and catch the flag. Oriented to technical staff and executive for the management of incidents, we're also conducting. We have a program where we are analyzing vulnerabilities of all these instances which have essential infrastructure in order to detect the surface of attack and to provide some recommendations on how these gaps for safety must be closed, the ones that we of course are identifying. So this is basically what we are doing, and we have started last year, but we are intensifying our work in view of the coming event, searching for other parameters that can throw some light into other risks that maybe we were not identifying right from the beginning. So what we are doing from CERT-MX, the National Guard, there are cooperation with the federative corporations that are going to be the venues of these events, Jalisco and Nuevo León. These are the main venues. We are coordinated through the Secretariat for Citizens Security and with the different police stations that are going to be providing monitoring services, monitoring the networks. So this is going to be a huge effort for the event to be a safe event. I would love to say that we have experience, but the last World Cup was back in 1986. It was another world. It was in the industrial era. So this is completely different, right? Now in the IT world, and taking into account that we're talking about 3 countries that are going to be the venues, we are already talking about this with the different teams from Canada and the US in order to facilitate the SIC from OAS. And from our Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we're establishing mechanisms for technical assistance for the cybersecurity for the FIFA Cup 2026.
Muchas gracias por todo.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the effort, for coming here, for taking planes, for coming and visiting our country. We hope that you can still have a safe event without comparing what happened before. Thank you so much.
Muy bien, muchísimas gracias a todo el panel y a Inés.
Thank you so much for this great panel.
Y ya que me puedo tomar la ventaja de hablar por...
And on behalf of the locals, we hope that on 2030 we will be able to see what happened in the 1930 Cup we won back then. So in the next panel from AI, quantic AI, rethinking resilience for the future generation. This is going to be the last panel for the afternoon. That is going to be moderated by Luis Santiago. He is the counselor of the Government Technical Assistance for the Dominican Republic.
Voy para allá. A ver. Tenemos el privilegio de ser el último panel.
We are lucky to be the last panel, which is great, but not that great at the same time, because I have to make sure that you don't fall asleep because you're already thinking about beer. So please bear with us. We would like to keep this as simple as possible. Thank you so much to the OAS. Thank you so much for your participation today. And I would like to give a small introduction to the panel. This has been a very intense workshop, but very inspiring as well, and very interesting. The previous panel has presented to us a lot of interesting topics, but the role of these panels is to do the opposite. We came here to tell you that if you thought that everything was fine, no, everything is wrong. So the idea is to make sure that you shake this sort of comfort that you may feel. So we would like to talk about what we understand as resilience and how this resilience is about to be transformed. And by the way, not the next decade, in the coming months. So just to keep you all motivated to pay attention to what's coming. We're entering into an era where the systems learn faster than human beings, and where threats are not only coming from people. My friends from Costa Rica were talking about threats from people, but now they are coming from algorithms. This is not a panel to be shrink, but to think that we're going to talk about an inflection point where AI is at the center of the discussion, where we see that this is accelerating the present, and the quantic computation at the same time is challenging what we understand as the future or possible futures. Together with this, we're going to have to redefine the word that we understand as resilience. So if you have your belts on, please make sure you fasten them. If you don't have any fast, just make sure that you fasten whatever you're wearing. Because now we will see how cybersecurity meets the future. My role is not directly associated to cybersecurity. I work with innovation, general innovation, systems for innovation, and maturity for innovation. But I also work with exponential technologies, which obliges me to work with future, analyzing potential scenarios, very similar to what you do every day and what we do with cybersecurity in different ways. We are constantly imagining the ways in which things will go very wrong. In the same sense, I'm not going to be talking about technology, but the speed at which things change. AI is not only automatizing the task, but it is redefining the rhythm, the pace in which we make decisions. Before, in the past, you may take a couple of weeks, right? We were talking about taking weeks to analyze a threat, but now a very well-trained model can conduct this analysis in a couple of seconds. So this is very interesting. This is perfect. You're thinking, wow. So this is going to enable my work. This is going to be facilitating my task. Great. I can have a model automatize the analysis. Great. And then the report will be as quick as this. Until we realize that the same systems can also screw it, and this in the same seconds. Which brings me to the next topic, that is that the quantum computation is preparing itself in order to break what we consider in this group, something that we consider is very difficult to break, And this is safety based on ciphering. Do you remember?
In Utah, there is a data center that is storing information. I won't say much else, but there's someone saying like, nah, I'm kidding, but remember that it is a fact that some systems are being developed that are going to break all of the algorithms and encryption systems that we have. Quantum computing is going to achieve that. So the practical reality is that our security, in one way or another, is not real. I'll repeat that. What we understand as safe today or secure probably isn't secure anymore, and we probably haven't realized it. We're not talking about science fiction. We know that there's many companies, many governments even, investing millions of dollars in post-quantum encryption. And it is a silent race that rewrites the basis of digital trust. And so the question is not whether systems are vulnerable, but how quickly we can adapt and how we can adapt them to be. Sorry, not to be. So this conversation is about, to make you nervous, about understanding how, with all this uncertainty, resilience stops being an answer, theoretical answer, and becomes a living strategy. And with that, I want to introduce my fellow panelists from Uruguay. We have Pablo López Gutiérrez. Pablo, please, round of applause. Please sit under your picture. He is the Director of Security and CICTE in Santander Bank in Uruguay. He had lots of meetings today, and now he's here. And with more than 25 years of cybersecurity, risk compliance, he can make you nervous real fast. From the US, we have Dan DeBobian. Dan. Dan is an executive and consultant on AI, also on technology and cybersecurity, ex-chief of innovation of the SANS Institute, and he has more than 30 years of experience. And in his laptop, she showed me things that I can't talk about right now, but are super interesting, in particular about automatization of phishing with AI. I already said it. Sorry, Dan. I said it anyway. So think about AI automatized phishing. You can really picture how fun your job will be, personalized even. From Argentina, we have Valeria Milanés. Valeria. Valeria is co-director of the Association for Civil Rights. She is a regional referent in digital rights and digital governance, technology governance, and she reminds us that resilience is strengthened when it is inclusive and when the focus is set on people. So, a bit of publicity. She is the one that's going to bring us some peace after all this conversation. So, with that, I'll go to my seat and we will start with the panel. So, to have you on your toes, part of the conversation is going to be in Spanish and part in English, so that you don't fall asleep, right? We'll make it interesting. So let's start with the beginning. Dan.
Ourselves forward 3 years. Think about that, 3 years. What technology or practice do you think is going to transform cyber resilience? And what kind of culture do we need in our organizations to have or to implement so we can adopt that practice without fear?
3 years is a very long time, and it's getting
it's on purpose.
much longer every day. And of course, that technology, I would have to say, is artificial intelligence. I don't think there's any surprise that that's probably the most, transformational technology that's happening. When I think about cyber resilience and the problem of how do we prepare to be more cyber resilient in the future, there's so many things that come to mind. The first isn't that cyber resilience itself isn't that much more important. But when you think about AI and its effect on all of the systems and all of the processes and all of our day-to-day activity, it has become integral in record time into everyday life, into cybersecurity management life, into marketing life, into every different kind of job that's out there. And it not only increases our capability, but it increases our attack surface. It creates new kinds of vulnerabilities and threats. And it is, by far helping the bad guys as much as it's helping the good guys. And I think that's probably the thing, as we proceed to put AI into every application, into every system that we're doing it, we need to be doing that with a balance of urgency and care, right? Like I don't know that I'm as gloom and doom as we started the panel, but I certainly would say there's a real opportunity to do this methodically and carefully, or to do it with great chaos and urgency, and to balance those two things out so that we're not just rushing towards the end zone and trying to get that AI into all of our systems, but to do it in a way that follows imperfect, not fully done, but still somewhat established practices. We do have some best practices, we do have some risk management practices, and they are far from perfect. But to ignore them because they're not perfect is very, very bad idea. So that's where I land.
It's a very balanced answer. I love that. I thought you were going to spook all of us, but it's amazing that you didn't. Later. Yeah, it's going to get there. Don't worry. I want to ask a question. Bueno, quiero hacer una pregunta a la audiencia.
I want to ask something to the audience. A hook, like we say in Dominican Republic. How many of you are already using AI at your daily jobs? So let's say 30, 40% of the audience. Okay, a bit more. That's the thing. That's a hook. No spoilers, but Paulo, with that in mind, this is the question for you. If everything can be automated, and we already saw that 30, 40% use AI, so if everything can be automated, at what point of the trust process do humans still have to intervene? Well, mainly, looking at the raised hands, I think that, as was said over there, they still don't know that they're using AI, but they are using it. So from, starting with a Google search, you're already using AI. Quantum computing are being used behind those searches. Now, where, I would remove the still or yet, and I would say that humans have to be doing the supervision everywhere in all of those queries or processes or everything that we're asking AI. Because AI, like everything, can fail. It's nothing more and nothing less than something that answers with searches. Those searches have as reference sites that maybe are not legitimized, and as everything, it has its biases. Maybe some people don't know that, but there are biases in AI of previous answers that perhaps haven't been checked. And so, answering your question, human beings have to be present in all its interactions. Yes, and that wasn't in the script. We're live now. But a second question, quite short question. Are we ready in our institutions to do the sort of supervision that you talked about just now? Well, it's difficult. I think that in some institutions, we still don't have the awareness of the impact that the AI has right now, and therefore we're not prepared to supervise it. We leave decisions in the hands of a query, and this can end up being disruptive if there's no real supervision. So I think that nowadays the feeling that human beings have, there's still differences with AI. Yes, I would reflect on the fact that perhaps we don't have clarity on all the consequences that adopting AI systems the way we are imply, whether it's consciously or unconsciously, and perhaps because we're not ready to supervise it correctly, we are assuming consequences that we don't even know we are assuming, right? And one of those consequences can be generating a series of inequalities. For example, inequalities in a country that maybe is implementing advanced systems of AI, and how that country can be ranked against one that isn't, and what's happening internally in the country. Is the one that is using AI going to move forward faster than the ones who are not, whether it's a country or an individual person even? So, Valeria, how can we guarantee, I don't know if this is the word, but how can we guarantee that AI doesn't broaden the digital inequalities and non-digital inequalities that already exist in the region, especially here in Latin America? I think that we can try to not lose sight of those inequalities. I would love to say that we can guarantee that, but I think that there's a lot of work to do before that, before we can talk about that. What you were talking about in terms of inequality, digital inequality, we are in the most unequal region of the world. There's reports of the UN and CICTE that sustain this due to historical reasons, systemic and structural reasons, and we need to take that into account. We're talking about state-of-the-art issues and quantum technologies, and here sometimes we have basic issues with internet connection or a lack of electricity in some places, and this is a reality that we need to deal with. And this has a direct impact in the agenda of an organization like the one I work in has, that is the promotion of the rights of people and the protection of vulnerable sectors of the region. We have a lot of these, and we have a lot of communities who are vulnerable, right? And minorities that are impacted by these technology development and implementations. We are participating in spaces where there is a beginning of a dialogue about this and how AI and the different quantum technologies potentiate each other. And we're trying to anticipate the different challenges that they are going to be posing. And we think that for those conversations in spaces, you don't need to reinvent the wheel, right? There is space to not do copy and paste or adapt without reasoning. There is space to think about, for example, all of the consensus, all of the guiding principles. It was very well said in a previous panel that legislation on AI is almost non-existent, but there are some guiding principles and there are some basic consensus of what AI should be like, right? There are governance mechanisms, multi-sectoral cooperation that is really being worked on. This was also mentioned in previous panels. Also, something that we highlight is the context. It's not just about the national and the regional, but also the broad spectrum of considerations, the regulations, sector regulations, different characteristics in terms of society and economics. These things have to be taken into account. And I would lastly highlight that this allows to monitor and grow closer to see what's going on with rights, what's going on with vulnerable sectors. All of those mechanisms that tend to transparency and this notion of accountability, which we use actually when in English when we talk in Spanish, and we have, for example, audit systems, etc. I won't talk too much about it because I think you know what I mean.
The idea is to translate this into the conversations and challenges that we can see. Some of them are clearer, some of them are like a desert, right? But in order to continue, or to try to continue, as you were asking me before, how we try to not to lose view of the things that we could implement in order to avoid any further attacks, but hopefully we would be able to get there soon. So we can say that we can reach a conclusion that all of us need to reflect, and I'd like to ask something for you to answer and for the audience to reflect upon. And by listening to you, I understood that there is a possibility that one of these two scenarios take place, either the AI in its current format, or maybe in 3 years, maybe even applying quantum computation has the potential of bridging the gap between our capabilities of cybersecurity, or of creating an even bigger gap. So for the audience to reflect on this, do you understand which AI, do you think that the AI will increase or reduce our capabilities in terms of cybersecurity answer capabilities?
In a nutshell, no. Like, I don't think the problem's going to go away because we have new technology that feeds the same problem that we're trying to solve with the same technology. So there's a race going on. You were talking about phishing before. You know, a lot of you may be wondering, well, why isn't there some magic AI software that can discern phishing from email? And the problem is AI is making better phishing faster than we can make better phishing detection with AI. And I think that is a good analogy for the general cybersecurity problem that we face, which is AI is more ubiquitous in its value and its use. It's more complex in its implementation, has added a bunch of new vulnerabilities that we didn't used to have, model poisoning and prompt injection, so there's new attack surfaces. It's used everywhere, and the bad guys have it too. You know, 60% of software that's written today is written using some kind of AI-powered code assist. The industries that are leading in using that technology are bad actors. They are not resistant to this technology. They use it out in the open. There's no cultural stigma around it that we have. They don't have shadow AI systems. They're in it to win it. And you know, that's kind of like the approach that we need to take to keep up with them.
So if I understand you correctly, in your view, we still need the biological hardware and software that we have here to get better so we can fight these new vulnerabilities, we'll say.
Of course, yes. So we're involved, but what we're doing in that involvement, I think, is changing rapidly. If you've used any of these tools for things like software development or cybersecurity, if you had the pleasure of working in a SOC in your life and you realize how terrible it is to have to go through log files, those jobs are largely going to go away.
I thought it's fun. This is something, this is so amazing.
So what AI is doing is it's shifting the thought process to more complex architectural conversations. It does that in software, it does that in cybersecurity. So we're not worried about syntax and searching and filtering. We're worried about a higher level of thought. But yes, there is still thought.
Pablo, ¿qué tú crees?
Bueno,
Él sí lo va a asustar.
Yo creo que la IA...
I believe that AI is promising a much complex paradigm. I coincide with Dan's words. AI and the army on the other side, they are usually many more than the ones that are working in this side of a field, right? So it is in our hands to develop this adaptive resilience, not the one that we have today, but the adaptive resilience that we can create in order to find which are going to be the new vectors as fast as we can and try to prepare ourselves if that is possible. So whenever something happens, we can recover much quicker, we can learn from that mistake and work consequently. From this side as well, we use AI and everything that in the past we would have a human person analyzing alerts, discriminating the false positive from the real attacks. Now, again, we can feed this into an AI engine. So as a result, we are leaving the brain, the human brain, to have the capacity to do the fine-tuning, the fine filtering, and to concentrate our human intelligence into more tangible problems. So now we can make the most of this AI to accelerate our responses. So the log analysis at the middle of the night, they will be gone? No, they will always be there, unfortunately. That's interesting for those who love this. Valeria, what do you think? I was trying to picture in my mind this environments for trust, and maybe we can search for those, even though it is hard among systems and among organizations and other bodies. We can start thinking about participating regardless of our scope, but it is so important to make sure that we go into these international webinars, conferences, summits, where these challenges are being discussed. For example, just to mention some of them, or the ones that I'm aware of, Global Forum of Technology, who are working in quantum in a very open manner, calling experts from all around the globe, surveying the state of the art. Also the UN, with the leadership of UNESCO, declared last year that this is the year for the science and quantum computation in order to conduct a huge raise awareness group work, which also has a huge impact in the different IT academies. I know because this is the case of Argentina, who are also creating their own awareness campaign. So I'm really paying a lot of attention to this because I think this is going to be very fruitful. This plan related to quantum technology that Brazil is also drafting from a consultation that they received. This is going to be probably published by the middle of next year. Chile also has a very nice experience with a group of experts created by the government, analyzing what is going to be the quantum trajectory, and the UN declared that this is going to be the year because we have already witnessed 100 years, right? But this is going to land this for us to compare to the state of the art and see where we're standing. And also, as I mentioned before, this kind of working groups like Global Forum of Technology, and this comes to the interest that my organization has, they have already detected new risks for privacy from the sensor capabilities that go through different kinds of materials. Like we know that now you can capture body images via Wi-Fi. So imagine all the things that can change with the magnetic quantum sensors that will compromise these kinds of technology. So there is so much to discuss. And we know that some governments are also promoting this, some surveillance from these quantum capabilities. So we know that this is going to be used for crime research and investigation, but we also have this tension, right, with the force and investigation forces and with the protection of the privacy rights, of our identity rights. So ideally, for us to be able to deploy this, we will need clear regulatory framework to avoid abuse. And this is also an invitation, because I know that we have a lot of people in the room and joining us from the forces. So when it is your turn to talk about this, it is not an easy task, but please remember this dimension, because it is key to have it take it into account. And I was thinking that Valeria was going to give you the positive side of things, tell you that you don't have that much work to do, but no, it's the opposite. Thank you, Valeria. Now let's change the pacing and let's talk about ethics and risks. When do you think, Pablo, that it is worthy to run into a technological risk, even though the return it's not an immediate one? Technological risk with no immediate return. I think that's a technological risk. You never have to run into any risk. The return may be immediate or not immediate, but running a risk, it is difficult for us to make it tangible or to know what would happen if that risk is exploited. So even though within our risk analysis, we enter some scenarios, some casuistics, some parameters. However, the issue is what we left unseen, what we didn't consider. from the cyber aspect of things, what we try to do is to think about the cases that are not normal. They're not traditional approach. They're not the things that we are used to see so far. And when you do that and you assume a technological risk using AI, it is difficult to take a look into the future and determine what am I facing, because this is ongoing and this is continually evolving and developing. So this is not a fixed thing. This is my bottle of water, and once I drink it all, I know what's going to happen. It's going to be empty. No, today we cannot predict that with the AI. So it's very difficult to set a horizon and say, I assume this risk because the return will be X1 in a certain amount of time. So the answer would be, no, let's not assume any unnecessary risk. Yeah, but I see there's a problem here because the president wants us to launch this in this date. So the president of the company or the president of the country, and what do? We need to launch this by the time they're asking us to launch X, Y, Z. And this is the risk that we don't want to assume. So what do we tell to these presidents? That we are the responsible for security, and I need to show these authorities the risk that we are about to face if we run into this risk. So I cannot omit that risk. I need to bring it into the table in the clearer and simpler way for them to understand the same language. A creative language, we know, a cyber language, an IT language. That would not be a good approach. We need to translate this into a way that the audience receives a clear and concise message to know this is the threat and we are facing. Of course, there are some risks that are very difficult to make tangible, to assess the loss or the impact that it may have. It ends up happening. However, the idea is always to present it on the table and comment on this, and then it is the president and he or she will take the decision. Yeah, as long as they make the decision and not us. Okay.
In mind that might or might not happen, but you might have to assume the risk. What worries you the most? A technical failure or a human failure amplified by artificial intelligence?
Well, that's a very, very good question. A technical failure or a human failure?
But the human amplified by AI?
Certainly it'll be amplified by AI, and I think it's a combination of those, and I know that's a soft answer, but the thing I think that causes the most risk is a misalignment between the technological risk and the human's compensation for that risk. So we're using AI for many, many different things. And we should have a very disproportionate risk measurement system depending on what the risk actually is for those items. You know, AI is change, and change is inherently risky. You know, like everybody in this room is involved in technology in some way, shape. Technology is risk. There's no getting around that. When we're good at managing risk, we're good at understanding how to manage that risk in that situation. So depending on how we're applying or using AI, we have to change, you know, what are our rules for explainability? What are our rules for transparency? You know, and I think the other key thing is to create a culture where this risk is happening out in the open. A lot of people's intuition when AI comes up is to sort of try to push it down and shut it up. That does not work. You know, I've seen time and time again, it creates, you know, we had shadow IT, now we have shadow AI, we talk about that. You know, to the degree that we can, we should just skip that and go right to managing the risk. Let's not try to hide it, let's try to avoid it. Everybody's using AI or they're lying about using AI.
Or they don't know they're using AI.
Yes.
As demonstrated today.
You know, a terrifying statistic I read the other day is that about 95% of knowledge workers are using off-the-shelf chat tools, ChatGPT, Gemini, and 9.5% of prompts contain proprietary or private information that they're putting into them. That combination is terrifying.
Actually, now that you said that, one conversation that is starting to happen in governments is how do we make sure that our teams in government institutions are not divulging proprietary information or confidential information, secret information, just because you need to write a speech fast or because you need to reason something fast. And it happened. I love your face. Your face is a story in itself. But it's happening. It's happening. Some of the people in your governments are taking really delicate information and uploading it to ChatGPT to do an analysis. This is happening today. And if you do a survey, in fact, we should do a survey in our governments, we are going to get freaked out and very concerned because that is an attack vector, 100%.
Yes.
And so, yeah, I agree with you. Valeria, I told you, le dije a ustedes que se
I told you that you would freak out. Valeria, can we talk about resilience? If the systems are reliable, but institutions are not? Your face is also telling the whole story. Well, I mentioned some of this last time. And what I was thinking is that, for example, we have to aim to build trust, right? A trustworthy ecosystem and try to nurture it with the best that we can. And in one of these spaces, you said it very clearly in the beginning, where there is an almost total coincidence of experts and those who work on it saying that it might be happening, but everything indicates that it won't be long before a certain level of quantum evolution reaches a point where the encryption technology is going to be turned around in very little time. And we are also following the discussions that are being had in the threads that we know store now, decrypt later, of databases that don't just contain sensitive information for the states, but also sensitive information of people, which is what we try to be most alert to. And these are just waiting for the capability to de-encrypt them. And this is what NIST is warning us about. They are proposing already a map of actions so that security technicians can create an evaluation of the situation of their assets, of their companies, and they propose a migration plan for what was already mentioned, which is the techniques of post-quantum encoding. And I think that this is what I'm interested in highlighting, and it goes in line with what I said before of the need of having multi-sectors and cooperation and governance spaces. There's also a call to academia members from different parts of the world, not just the US, to propose what could be the methodologies from math problems based on very old formulas, etc., that could satisfy the requirement of post-quantum encryption. I think that we need to take this into account as much as possible. And something that I find really interesting is how quantum computing can strengthen the privacy-enhancing technologies. We have a scenario where encryption is going to be run over, so to speak, but we know that there's also the power to strengthen privacy layers by default and by design. And so I think that that is going to be very interesting as well, and it might nurture the question you asked. So in summary, and already thinking about closing the panel, we should generate trustworthy systems so that even when we don't trust institutions, at least we have a minimum level of trust in the output that we want to achieve, right? Yeah, more or less. I think that it's more complex than that, right? So I'm a lawyer, sorry. So the answer for us engineers is always, it depends. So from our perspective, quantum computing can break encryption, but what I'm understanding from everything that we talked about is that human collaboration is going to continue being the best tool to be able to mitigate these risks that will happen. I love Dan's face because he's like, yes, but it's a and at the same time there is a practical reality, which is that each technological jump, which isn't occurring every 10 years, there's weekly technology leaps. These leaps need equal leaps in governance. And the reality is, and I was just talking with the ambassador yesterday about this, our governance systems are not updated at the speed of our computing systems, AI, quantum, etc. And so with that, I want to set a scenario. This is going to be the last question. Just 30 seconds for your answers, because people are getting nervous. They're thinking about beer and beef sandwiches, and I know that we have to finish, but let's imagine that we are in 2028 and Latin America is leading the region in terms of digital trust worldwide. I know I'm being very optimistic, but what decision, same order as before, what decisions should we make today so that Latin America can be a leader in digital trust in 2028? Starting with Dan.
For today, to establish and maintain leadership, to me, have to do with, there's a lot of controversial decisions and a lot of sort of people wringing their hats and trying to decide. If I had to bet, I would say some version of aggressive, cautious adoption. Like, you have to start figuring out how to overcome all of the fear and all of the risk, and not forget the risk, but to proceed urgently with as much caution as is appropriate. I think if you enter a holding pattern and you kind of like do a wait and see, it's going to be too late.
Pablo.
Bueno, hay una...
Well, there's a word or a phrase that we use quite a bit, which is security by design. I think that to be able to reach 2028, being the ones who lead and guide this, I think that we have to think of the back to basis and see that what we're doing today takes us to that north, in that direction. And I think that this has to do with thinking about security by design and taking the time that we don't really have, because unfortunately we don't have that time, but we need to find the way to find the time so that our actions today lead us to the future that we want. Perfect. Valeria? Ideally, I would say designing long-term policies that contemplate trading, investments, etc., with the corresponding regulations. In 3 years, from what we're seeing in our congresses and political discussions and geopolitical tensions, it seems complicated. So I would take something that was mentioned in one of the previous panels, which is rethinking the governance environments and how we talk all together. Signal groups were mentioned that are maybe more powerful sometimes than institutional paths. I think that we have to enable and maintain those communication avenues that are multi-sectoral so that we can contemplate as many avenues as possible. And complementing that with the ideal situation, if it happens, I think that that could lead us to the scenario that you are describing, or at least bring us closer to it. Perfect. And with that, I want to finish by saying a few things. The conclusions that I'm taking away from this is that we are effectively working towards having a resilient region. Of course, otherwise we wouldn't be here. At the same time, and connecting this with the topic of the symposium, I think that here we are building in this symposium a story that can be summarized in 3 words, which are adaptation. We are changing really fast. We are seeing how in the conversations that are happening, a lot of you are adapting to difficult situations. and you're still making progress in your countries. The second one would be trust. There are relations of trust that are being formed among us that have been cultivated for decades in some cases and years. And we are definitely building an ecosystem that is strengthened through that continuous collaboration, which is fundamental for the cyber resilience that we want to build. So a final image would be to imagine or think about a coral reef like the Amber Reef of Australia. It's thousands, sometimes millions of living structures that are interconnected, that are very strong and resilient, and at the same time very fragile. They are diverse, some regenerate under pressure. And so while quantum computing can break in the future, maybe in the present, we don't know it, encryption, collaboration, human collaboration is still definitely the best tool that we have. Each technology leap, remember that each technology leap requires an equivalent leap or a greater leap in governance. That is important. We have to be able to accelerate and not waste time in meetings. I mean, we need to go faster and not waste a lot of time in meetings and be able to achieve results faster. Resilience, from my perspective, is not just surviving changes, but daring to anticipate them, adapting before they occur. Now, the greatest act of resilience that we can have as a region is cooperation. It is continuing to open up doors, continue talking, continue interconnecting. So when you leave here today, I invite you to, all together and each of you individually, ask yourselves this question. What part of this ecosystem can I strengthen? What can I do to turn Latin America into the region where digital trust is at its highest point in the world? Resilience, from my point of view, is not established by decree. It is built as a network with purpose and with courage. And with that, dear all, we will leave you to your beef sandwiches and beer and whatever you want to do tonight. We can't let them leave the stage without all of us taking a selfie, and that would be the end of it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Don't leave yet, because there are some topics to talk about while the picture is taken. There we go. Let's see if the light works. Say quantum, everyone. There we go. Perfect. We're now going to have a final message for today from David Moreno. So I invite you to take a seat and we will welcome David. Go ahead. Thank you very much. Just 2 minutes to thank you for being here and staying up until now. It's been a day with super interesting conversation, panels, reflections, presentations, and I think that they've really made us think. They're making us reflect, and that they will help us strengthen cybersecurity in the region. For you to know, our idea when configuring this symposium, what we always try is to talk about the sort of traditional topics, but also go beyond that. When we talk about critical infrastructure, this year we tried to talk about what is going on in space, what is going on with the underwater cables, to talk about the things that we don't always have in all the panels. And with the help of our associates, donors, partners, we were able to do it. Our idea is also to put the private sector in touch with the public sector, with the government, so that we can create bridges that interconnect these two aspects and therefore continue strengthening the capabilities of cybersecurity of the region. And lastly, grow closer to these technologies, these emerging technologies like AI and quantum computing, because perhaps nowadays, we were recently talking about this with some directors of cybersecurity of agencies of some countries. Nowadays, quantum computing is not something that I really worry about, but our idea is to talk about these things that maybe today we're not that worried about, but maybe in 4 years, we will be more worried. So that's the idea, to open up this window for knowledge for what's coming. And this leads me to what we will have tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to continue talking about emerging technologies. We're going to continue talking about cybersecurity and defense. We will talk about cyber war and about one of the most important challenges that we have. I was going to say in the region, but it's actually international. So the development of the labor force, there is an important gap in labor. Depends on where you look at it from. There's around 3 million, 4 million workers that are needed for cybersecurity. That would be the second part of tomorrow, when we have RISET, which would be the initiative for training on cybersecurity at the regional level. And we're going to be talking about that and explore the way in which academia and the private sector can bridge those gaps between the offer and the demand. We're also going to talk about governments and how governments can foster education. And we're also going to continue talking about all of these topics that have to do with cybersecurity in a state-of-the-art way. Thank you very much. Shall we finish? Thank you very much, David. This would be the end of the streaming for today. We invite you tomorrow at 9 a.m. with all those topics that Moreno was mentioning a few instants ago. So that's the end.
Of